What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Listen, what a day. Yes, I know. It's been 7 minutes since the beginning of this show. And I've been quite silent for the entire 7 minutes of it. And you're probably wondering why. Well, there's a pretty good reason for why that is. There really is. Oh, it's because I just woke up about 10 minutes before the show started and realized, oh my gosh, the show starts in 10 minutes. I gotta get up. I gotta get started. And so here we are. And so here we are. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Here we are. Give me 1 second. I gotta clean my glasses off like I usually do because I just wake up and they're already foggy. I don't know how that's possible. When I don't sleep with them. So, whatever. Gotta prep for a round table tonight. I don't even know what it's going to be about. I'm assuming it's going to be about the news, UFO news. But I'm not sure. There's not a lot of news going on aside from the fact that the legislation has been pushed through. You know, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. That's probably the only thing that I think is of news. But we're going to take a look at it. We're going to check it out because maybe there's something else. We're going to look at Twitter today and we're going to chat about just some things. But if anybody has anything they want to talk about, hit me up, Hit me up in the chat if you want to talk about something specifically. You know what I'm saying? Hit your boy up. And I'm going to slaughter some more innocent monsters as well. That's another thing that I plan on doing. I know, it sounds cruel, but it's just the way things are, It just is what it is. So, we're going to get this party started. Monetary stuff. You want to talk about the monetary system? You want to go over that today? I figured we'd wait until Monday when we have 4 hours. But if you want to talk about that, I will bring you on so we can have it out. You want to do that? The Armenian, let me know if you want to put yourself through another 2 hours of conversation with me, because I'll do it. What's up, Ravens Creek Charms? What's up, Alien Universe? I think that's it. I don't know who you are anymore because you've used. All right, let's get that ultimate cheek clapping going on, baby. Listen. I honestly, I got to tell you something when you come on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna set up the Zoom and then we're gonna chat. Give me 1 sec. One sec. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Let's do this. Let's see here. A and holla holla holla. And B. Bet. And get that zoom going, shim sham. Put that up right there. You know, run it. All right. So since you said you want to listen. I just want to say, guys, listen. You do. I feel bad. You know, I was hitting up. Me and Whiplash were talking last night while I was getting my cheese clapped in Destiny, and he was rescuing me from all of the bad guys as usual. And I feel bad because, you know, you do realize, like, I am, like, you don't have to be here all the time. Like, I love that you guys are here on it, like, daily. I think that's great. As a matter of fact, it enriches my show, guys. It really does. But if you are overwhelmed, you don't have to be here. Stop volunteering yourself if you feel overwhelmed, because the last thing that I want is for you to think of this as like a job, or like it's, you know, it's a nuisance or all this extra work for you. You're supposed to be entertained. I am entertained by intellectually stimulating conversations for 4+ hours. You're entertained by watching them. You don't have to do. You hear me, Armin? You hear what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah. I'm here for all the entertainment. I love it, man. I totally enjoy this.
I do feel bad though. He was, you know, me and Whiplash were talking last night. He's like, look, dude. He knows me for many years. I am a bit cerebral, and obviously, you know, when I talk about things, I can be inside of my, you know, I can be a little much. You know, this is, you can tell that from just listening to me. So it can be overwhelming. My unicorn said the same thing. She says, you know, that I can be very overwhelming in a conversation because I can talk for hours about something and go through all these little crevices of the conversation, as you know, not everybody wants to or can or has an interest in doing that. And I do feel bad. I don't know if it's too much for you guys, if I'm being too much for you guys on the show or not.
I mean, personally for me, I don't think anyone else is here yet, but I think those crevices that you're talking about are the areas that most people in general that have a more generalized out view of things don't get to touch on. So I think everybody here enjoys each other's perspectives. I learn things every day from every single one of you guys. Same. Including, like, you know, people's outlooks on things to facts that I did not have prior knowledge of. So it's a huge, it's great. I love it.
Okay, I appreciate that, man. And honestly, I was concerned, you know, I don't want to lose people, especially people that I built a relationship with. Like, I feel like we're all friends, and the last thing that I want is for you guys to feel like, you know, being here, being with me is taxing. It's like a job or anything like that. I just want you to have fun and enjoy this. But I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Seriously, man. That's good that makes me feel more at ease. All right, let's get this cheek clapping going on, brother. So let's talk about this. You sent me that article that kind of goes over the history of the Federal Reserve and its inception, and I think that that's not what I was talking about. Although I do know about the beginning of the Federal Reserve, and I'm talking about this from a layman's perspective. I don't have as much an understanding of this as I do the other things that we talk about, because the monetary system isn't of my interest. You said it is yours, so this is gonna be a shift.
We're talking about zeitgeist, or you touched on it, and I know zeitgeist goes over problems that have to do with that specific topic. So I wanted to bring in as much as info as I personally know, just to give you guys a background, to give you a background, and everybody else that's listening right now. How I got involved in, like, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination some crazy finance major. My involvement with the financial markets came after my time in the Army. And it was funny because when I was in Kuwait, the command sergeant major over there that was in charge of us in KNB, the Kuwait Naval Base where we're stationed, in 2003. I smoked cigarettes, okay? And he basically made every one of us one day in this desert crazy heat do like a cigarette police call outside the perimeter of the base. And that was like one of the times I was just like, what am I doing here? And I called my cousin in New Jersey, and I had no idea. We had those Haji shops over there, and they used to like sell those international phones and things. So I called my cousin in New Jersey. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm day trading. I have no idea what day trading is. Okay. This is in 2003. He's like, yeah, I'm day trading. I'm like, what is that? He's like, well, I do this and that. I'm like, oh, how's that going for you? He goes, oh, well, you know, I made like $2,000 today. I'm like, you made $2,000 today? He's like, yeah. And yesterday, he's like, yesterday I made like 1,600 yesterday. So I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm sweating my cheeks, picking up cigarette butts in the desert. In the desert.
No.
While this guy's sitting, I'm like, you know what? I made the decision right then and there. I was like, you know what? As soon as I ETS out of here, that's what I'm doing. So that's what I did in 2005 when I got out. I got my Series 7 so I could trade stocks, Series 55, 63. So I got all my licensing done into the financial markets. So I know a little bit about stocks, bonds, how things work, how certain CPI measures are, you know, calculated, unemployment data is calculated, I learned, you know, about gold and, you know,
that is not. See, my perspective is that of the, you know, I look at the statistics on poverty and the effects of debt on the population globally.
And this gets into that.
Yeah, that's the only, I mean, that's my focus. And we're talking about, you know, again, I'm talking about like the data that's been presented to us through articles, through certain websites that have data and analytics on what the effects of debt is, and the fact that debt is essentially capitalized on by the people that run the monetary system. The fact that the Federal Reserve is literally, I mean, we talked about the inception of the Federal Reserve. According to some of the information that I've read, some of the documentation, like the books that were written by people that started the monetary system before the Federal Reserve, for example, like in the 1800s. And I gotta, while we're talking, at some point I'm gonna stop after this mission here, and I'm actually gonna look up the exact quotes to be fair to you, to be respectful to accuracy, because there are some quotes that I gathered from those books that I stupidly, I tried to get through them to understand them. I only pulled some information. I couldn't fully understand them because I don't have any experience in it. So it's more like reading something you have zero experience in, and then trying to understand it conceptually with no like reference to any of the information being presented. So, but what I did gather was that there were comments made by the founders from the inception of the idea of a monetary system before the Federal Reserve, where their intention was specifically to keep the people, the common folk, in poverty, to keep them. Keep the power imbalance continuing. I mean, that was the explicit intent of the people who started the monetary system. We talked about Andrew Jackson, who literally warned people about the banking system and the literal evil of the banking system. And I've jokingly said about, you know, there's no way humans came up with this. There had to be some kind of alien, this intelligent genius alien who's like, yo, let's give these stupid humans a way to keep them in chaos. And I jokingly, keep in mind, said that it's got to be an alien thing, because there's no, we just, how can we possibly be this evil towards ourselves? But yeah, that's where I come from. That's my position in the Zeitgeist movement. Specifically, the Zeitgeist addendum is what brought me to that thinking. It's what kind of convinced me of this belief.
Well, as long as humans have been around, the idea of trade and economics is not anything alien.
No.
So when we look at it from the perspective of, like, there was always things being traded, and there was always currency if it wasn't gold. There were Native Americans that traded in seashells and things like that. You know what I mean? There's always got to be a currency.
Yeah, barter and trade. But barter and trade is a vastly different phenomena than monetary systems or banking systems specific. That's a very different phenomenon.
Correct. But to be able to unify a system of trading for more than two specific tribes, let's say, that are using a bartering system, if it, when it gets larger, you have to use some sort of underlying currency where everybody's able to participate in the trade.
Okay.
So that makes the use of a specific currency that much more useful, just more efficient. So it's not necessarily just something evil just for the sake of being evil. I just want to get that
well,
through. Like, there's always got to be something.
If you were to
right.
take it separate from the comments made by the founders of these types of systems, you're correct. But that's absent of the comments that I'm going to find those. Just again, to be fair, I'm going to find those comments because
Sure.
they are explicit. There's no confusion about what their intention was. I mean, their express
definitely.
intention was to control, was to continue to create this power imbalance and to continue poverty, almost as a way of life, and then to manipulate the population into believing that it is the right way to be, that it is the only way to be. It was never meant to equalize power and to equalize wealth
Right.
at all. It was meant to continue this imbalance. So that's my position. I mean, again, I'm not saying that there isn't a benefit to some people. I'm saying that there's a greater effect negatively for most people, and it's evident. I mean, we look at it. We look at it on a day-to-day basis. Let me actually look it up right now.
Victory!
Sure. While you're looking at that up, I completely agree. There's definitely imbalances that go on between, people like you and me, and members of Congress, and other people that are in banking and power, and how they are not only able to access specific funds to grow their businesses, etc., but even the idea of forgiving certain types of loans. Like, let me put this out there. Like, when we have student loans, you and me, we don't get that kind of money forgiven. We pretty much have to pay it for the next 20, 30 years in some cases.
Yeah.
But there's people out there.
Well, I mean,
right?
They say like you are at birth, you're essentially put in debt. I mean, every life has been. There's a documentary called Corporation, which we'll watch next week. We'll watch the Zeitgeist and we'll watch Corporation to kind of set the pace for the rest of the week. It's going to be fun. You'll be able to see and provide some more context for both of us. But where they mentioned about how essentially they're designing societies again for the consumer to hyper consumer to create lifetime consumers, and they're doing it at birth, including putting babies in debt at birth by monetizing the birthing process itself, as well as monetizing people's death. There's some kind of, I don't know exactly, I can't remember what it's called. We'll have to look this up again as well while we're on having this conversation. But there's some kind of a process where when you're born, the monetary system of some kind will like put something on you that gives them money. Like your birth gives them money, and then when you die, they also capitalize on that as well, your death. And so you're constantly in debt. You just don't see it on a day-to-day basis. Everything that, even having money, is a form of debt. If you were to take all the money, and this is part of the documentary, in the world, the physical money, and then you were to pay back any debt, you would never pay that debt back. You wouldn't even put a debt in it because they've made money, as the documentary suggests, out of thin air. They're creating it through a digital system of debt. The banking system goes like this. The fractional reserve system is what they criticize in this, in the documentary, the fractional reserve banking system.
Yes.
So for example, if they give you, when you're working in this society, you don't have money. You don't start off with any money. You don't start off with any wealth unless you're, not black. I'm just kidding. Unless you're like born into wealth. But even then, everybody is born into debt. When you're born, you gotta eat, you gotta live, you have to provide for yourself. Well, somebody has to provide for you, and so they have to do something to get money to do that. Well, they have to, that money that they have, the money that they own, that money is debt to somebody. The bank will create money to loan to someone out of thin air, and then that money has to be paid back with interest. Well, where does that interest come from? It comes from nowhere. They create that money. They say, okay, well, now they have to pay me back, and I'm going to create a percentage of that money as interest that they're going to have to pay back. So if you pay back the money that you borrowed, well, guess what? Now you got to work more to pay that money back that you never got. So you're constantly in a state of, if you will, economic slavery. just to pay back your debts to survive. The fractional reserve system, again, it is clearly designed at its conception to keep people in debt, to continue the poverty gap.
So the fractional reserve system is basically, they use fractional reserves to create loans, and then they use these loans to give to business and consumers. And the way it works is, like, they take in X amount of money and then they have that in reserve. They would actually loan out up to 10 times what that specific reserve money is, which is the danger of that system. When it comes to, like you're talking about, from birth and death, we're in debt. There's a lot of different systems that, you know, when you're born, the healthcare system benefits off of you. The debt, how much money do you owe to the hospital, down to when you're dead, you know. Yes, we are a commodity, the way you're, you know, explaining it. I'm not disagreeing any of that. Also, from the beginnings, from the inception of the banking system, it's almost like a form of indentured servitude, if I may, to keep us, you know, tied to a form of slavery. We might not have chains on our hands and feet, but it is a form of, definitely, it is exactly that.
Yeah, the documentary calls it economic slavery. It's literally a perpetuation of, you know, of slavery, of keeping people in constant, you know, they have to serve, they have to continue this servitude, if you will, this sense of servitude, but not for the greater good, but for the benefit of the system.
Exactly.
That fractional reserve monetary system.
And the system is where the corruption comes in. I mean, some of these ideas and philosophies are not bad in themselves, but when people in the higher up echelons of you know, government and banking system use these types of systems to make not money only for themselves, but for the institutions that they're trying to protect, that's when it becomes a problem for everybody else. Let me give you an example. As I was saying, a lot of us have student loans out there, right?
Yeah.
And we were trying to actually, through, whether you like Biden or not, but he was trying to do a student forgiveness program, which a lot of Republicans basically pushed back on hard.
Very hard.
But what they didn't tell you, what a lot of you didn't know, was during the COVID era, there was a program called the PPP, which is known as the Paycheck Protection Program. So it was a back loan that helped businesses and the workforce employed during the whole COVID-19 crisis. What you guys might not know is a lot of the people that pushed back on, saying, yeah, if we did the student loan forgiveness program, we would be out of money. These are the same people, and these are like facts right here. So Matt Gaetz of Florida, $476,000 loan. Greg Pence of Indiana, $79,000. Vern Buchanan, Florida, $2.8 million. Roger Williams, Republican, Texas, $1.43 million. And all of these loans, there's a whole bunch of these. These are loans that were never paid back. Now imagine if we, just you and me, like regular people, didn't have to pay back those kinds of loans.
I know. That's insane. It's insane. It's unfair. Clearly. But that's the system. That's the nature of the system, and I think that's kind of the problem that I brought up before. Is like, you know, yesterday when I talked about the Venus Project being a more viable solution for the survival of humanity, we got to get rid of it. We have, in order for us to survive in any kind of prosperous way for all of us, for at least all of us, or most of us at the very least, we got to get rid of this fractional reserve banking system and the Federal Reserve entirely. We cannot have this way of conducting of managing our civilization. We can't do that. We got to do something different. I don't mean barter and trade. I mean completely eliminate at this civilization size. I feel like the only way to do this is to create some kind of a socialized system that doesn't even resemble socialism, because socialism's not going to work. It's not. It doesn't go far enough, first of all, and it has too many caveats, too many real problems that I think are not good. It's just not going to work. But something akin to a socialized system would be the only way that civilization can prosper. We have a civilization now where we can automate so many things that eventually the corporations are going to benefit from that automation, and we're not. It's happening. It's going to happen. It started with Ford. It's going to happen far beyond that. It's happening with ChatGPT, where I lost my job because of artificial intelligence. Because by the way, I got my very first. This is kind of irrelevant, but I got my first gig 2 days ago. My very first one in 2 months. I haven't had a job. I'm a voice actor. I haven't had a job for 2 months. 2 months, because once AI started to hit those like could emulate people's voices, who needs us anymore? People were suffering. My fellow voice actors were like, dude, and that's why the actor strike happened. So they're automating even the creative side, artists and voice actors and actors. They're automating us. What do we need to do? We need to socialize this entire monetary system, or else in some way, or else we're all going to suffer, because we're fighting against the idea of helping ourselves. That is insane. Socialize the businesses are making, but not the people. Guys, this is not going to work. It's not going to work. We need help. We need to do something.
This seems more like also a secondary effect of just our technology, which, I mean, it's bound to happen.
It is not. It doesn't have to, though. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Just real quick, it does not have to be that way. It should be a way of freeing up people and allowing us to do more important and valuable things to our life. Instead, it's a way to take away from our way of keeping ourselves alive, of survival. That's what it's being used for. Automation isn't the problem. The monetary system is the problem. Automation is freeing people. The monetary system is keeping them even more poor. Because what happens when all of Ford goes out of business? Guess what, guys? Now you can go to college and do something else. No, now you have no job and you can't provide for your family, and screw you. You're out of luck now. That's just the way that things work. That's just business. But it doesn't have to be. Right?
I agree and disagree, because yesterday, what was the gentleman's name with the socio-engineering video?
Jacques Fresco.
Right. So in his video, one of the things that I didn't like about what he was saying was that he was pretty adamant on the idea of competition, and that and he used the example of, like, if every part of your body, your anatomy, competed at the same time for the same thing. Yeah. Obviously, certain parts of our, thing would starve, we would die, basically, was his argument. But if you're looking at the idea of competition and innovation, it's a very, very healthy thing. 100%. You need innovation. You need the incentive to drive tech forward. We need that. And competition in that sense is very, very important, because if Ford goes out of business, the reason that they're going out of business right now is because they can't keep up with the demand of what people are asking for. So if in that example, it would be because they are not able to innovate enough to for the demand out there. Yeah, and that's normal.
That ignores the other aspect of what competition, the effect of competition, and that is that of a doggy. So one of the things that Jacques Fresco brings up in the very beginning of, I believe it's the Zeitgeist Addendum documentary. I think it is. I've seen so many of them now, I don't want to mesh them together, which I probably am. But anyway, is this idea that, a store owner, for example, they've incentivized, I'm trying to think of the right word, corruption. They've incentivized corruption. So, for example, when a banking institution discovers a method that will essentially pinch pennies from the consumer, and then add that capital to the banking system, or its I don't want to say co-conspirators, or its business partners, whether that be people who invest in their company through stocks and bonds or whatever. I don't know. Again, I don't know. Whoever's benefiting from that banking system, if they penny pinch from the consumer, guess what? That's a good thing, because they increase the value of the bank while devaluating the value of the common folk. And in our society, that's a benefit. That's a good thing. You are actually a better banker by doing that, and you're doing a good thing. You're incentivized to do that. So what happens? You incentivize corruption. You incentivize ill action towards the people, because that is what benefits ultimately each business. It's not through true healthy competition. It's through incentivizing corruption. And so when any business or any person finds a good way to get a one-up on someone else, whether it be through through honesty or otherwise. Like when I was in sales, you know what was the most important thing? I would go.
Sell.
I would be sell. It doesn't matter how you do it. Sell, lie, cheat, deceive.
Sure.
Literally, that was the thing. You got to lie a little bit. I would
That's
never.
100%.
I refuse to do that. I would inspire and be honest. And somehow, I think I was just good at talking and entertain. I think they bought for me because instead of being able to just lie to them,
leveled with them, basically.
Yeah, and they appreciated that. They also,
Right.
I'd be like, hey, listen, man, listen. I know you want this $200 phone, but let me tell you something right now. How long do you think it's gonna last? A couple years? Okay, cool. How long do you think it's gonna last and give you the best value for your dollar? Stuff like that. That's the question that I would ask them about value and what I could get them to see in terms of the picture. And then by the end or somewhere in the middle, they say, "You trying to sell me on this?" I'm like, "Dude, it's my job to sell you. Of course I am. I don't make money off a $200 phone. I make money off of this one." But and then I give them. That's how we do it. The honesty is what they appreciate the most. But although I could do that, and most people can't. And there was another guy on the team who, if I wasn't there, he would lie to my customers, and then I'd have to deal with the stuff that he created for me. But my boss never complained because he was selling. He was selling. It's not about that. It's about selling. That's the incentive of competition. That's the outcome. That is the literal outcome. Again, it doesn't have to be, but that's what it is. That is it. That is human nature.
It is. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Because I mean, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to defend the business owner for selling, because everybody does this, right? And they have their salespeople, and everybody has to sell. Because that guy that's trying to have you sell by any means possible is also a part of the system that's having to pay rent, that's having to pay X, Y, and Z because he's a part of the system as well. So it's a survival. It's a dog eat dog world, like you said, and that's the nature of competition. It is. It does. I don't know if it has to be that way or it doesn't have to be that way, but if you want to be able to compete, you have to have a little bit of that in you to be able to. I don't want to say screw over people, but you have to be able to sell your product.
I'm contending that it is a byproduct of human nature as a consequence of this monetary system. I'm sorry. It is. So the thing that we're describing, that is the effect of competition when in conjunction with the monetary system, the nature of the monetary system, of human nature. That's human nature.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's 100%. Competition is definitely one of the components of human nature, just like love, kindness, violence, whatever you want. All of those things. So it is a part of it's in our DNA, so to speak.
So to speak, yeah, but I think that there is a better way. But that's why I mentioned yesterday what we're doing now, what we're using now in terms of the monetary system and so forth. It's not going to work, man. We got to do something. We got to do something different. We have to, or we're not going to. So back to the monetary system. I don't want to keep, pounding on that topic right now. Not at the moment.
Sure.
But I do want to say that I think personally that I've been convinced that the monetary system is the problem. I mean, it's almost unequivocally true that as a consequence of human nature, using something like the monetary system and the fractional reserve banking system is only going to produce corruption, more corruption, and which is ultimately is going to cause the people to suffer even more. I think it is, again, by its very nature, it is only going to happen. That is the only thing that can happen. There's no way of making it better.
What would you, in a world that's so connected right now, in a huge world, what type of system would you say? Like, how would you trade with billions of people on this earth as it stands?
Well, I mean, if I were to ask myself, just me, I would I think something akin to a socialized system would be the best, right? Because we live in a society with, I don't know, 8 billion people. If we were to just look at the 300 plus million people in America, it's too big to just like dog eat dog our way through this. It's not, guys, it's not going to work. Don't be stupid. We can't dog eat dog our way through this system anymore. We need to help each other. We have to be more unified, and we have to coalesce in our efforts to perpetuate the existence of humanity. If we don't, we'll leave everything up to these ideas where it's like, oh, innovation, it's all about competition. Well, people don't innovate because of competition. They do something else. They do something called planned obsolescence, Innovation is more about how you can capitalize on the people versus how you can create actually better products. We would be so far advanced as a civilization today if we actually focus on innovation versus perpetuating the nature of our civilization today, keeping things the way that they are, planned obsolescence, not getting too far ahead because you want to make sure that you have enough that you can create the next iPhone next year so you can sell it for another $1,500 and the next one next year and next one next year. Don't build one that you can mod for the next 10 years. Build one that you can mod for never, and then you take out that USB-C. Oh, by the way, make sure that you can't open it up so you can't put a new battery in. You can't put. Let's get rid of that. Let's actually now let's input the SIM inside of the phone so they can't take it out. So now they have to be tracked. Like this is the byproduct of the system we have today. If we were to change that and incentivize instead of the dog eat dog, the one up, instead of innovating for the sake of capitalizing on the people, we innovate for the sake of true ingenuity and true progress. That would change the nature of how we conduct business and how we treat each other and everything. But again, it's all about, like I mentioned yesterday, it's about changing the value system of the population and getting rid of the monetary system. You have to get rid of it. You can't, it's not going to work if it's all about how do we get the next house? How do we get the next dollar? How do we get the nicest clothes? How do we get the newest car? How do we get the best this? How do we get the best that? How do we get the next new thing? That's what's incentivized. It's about, that's consumerism, hyper consumerism. That is what our value system is today. We cannot get rid of that with the system that we have today. It is a byproduct. We have to get rid of the monetary system as we see it today. So the only thing that I can imagine is, and yes, I do believe this 100%, is something akin to a more socialized system. I don't think socialism would work. I don't think it would work. I think there needs to be something, maybe a mixture of a socialized system, like what, like in certain countries, like Norway has, or like Amsterdam, if you will, or again, like even if we just would go to Canada and look at how they are socialized in a lot of ways. Those are the kind of things that we need to implement into our society and incentivize helping people, incentivize to like actual collaboration and cooperation and true innovation versus incentivizing money. Doctors, their biggest incentive is, man, you can make $100,000 a year, $150,000 a year. But a football player, you can make millions, right? We're incentivizing just entertaining people because that's what sells. It's all about money. Money is our God in this civilization. Literally, it's our God.
100%. It is. And that's exactly what it is. And I think you had a quote in the Bible.
The love of money is the root of all evil. Right? It's literally the love of money, and we are literally making money the god of this nation. How can we justify? What I don't understand is how the Christian population justifies the fact that they are, no offense, but listen, I don't think Democratic or Republicans are going to work at all. But Republican Christians make absolutely no sense at all. I can't imagine being like for the ideologies of the mainstream Republican Party, who now think that Jesus is too soft for the real world. Like, what the?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me. I mean, if you look at a lot of these TV evangelists, like some
Joel
of these
Osteen,
guys
Joel Osteen had
exactly
cut on the wall.
Yeah,
was it $1 million? What was it?
Right.
He opened the walls of his church and he had millions. Is this a joke? Is this a TV cartoon villain? What's happening?
And this is why people don't like religion, whether it's Christianity or it's a system. It's a political power system that people use to, in most cases, the biggest ones, the biggest religion, the biggest churches, let's say, are probably, the most
corrupt.
I don't want to say corrupt, but I don't want to say it, but they do. And the reasons they are so big is because they know how to tap into money.
I watched the pastor. I will show you. If you guys want to see this, hit me up in the chat. I watched the pastor say that slaves benefited from slavery and that it was a good thing. I watched
this was not too long ago.
No, you've seen it before too. I watched PragerU. Oh my gosh, why is this happening? I watched PragerU advocate for the benefits of slavery and the Confederate way of life, like the Confederate Army being like the heroes of it.
Yeah, the argument was, well, those black people learned a lot of trades when they were slaves.
Yeah. They were fed 3 times a day, bro. Yeah, Bill O'Reilly style.
And
Oh my gosh.
given shelter, and they learned how to farm, and
Yeah,
they learned
dude.
all kinds of skills. I mean, they should be paying us.
Yeah, that's reparations. They should be thankful for what we gave. Yeah, I'm
Right.
telling y'all, like, it's no joke. This is, but that is, in my opinion, that is a consequence of, because what they're doing is they're selling an ideology that keeps them stupid enough to perpetuate that ideology. I mean, look at what's happening now with, and I don't like to bring this up, but because I think it's a bad idea. They think that, oh, arresting Trump was a good thing. Guys, listen, I get it, justice, but like, think about how his supporters feel about that.
How about this weather?
They wanted to
Hopefully,
delete that judge from
ontological
existence.
shock, hopefully.
No, bro, listen. All that does is galvanize those people. If you think for 1 second that they have the most resolve I've ever seen. I've never seen it before. I've never seen any, and as many people as, I mean, there are people that literally built a gallows to hang
Mark
the
Pence,
vice
right.
president
Right.
of the United States of America because the president said that he ain't doing his job by help. It doesn't matter what you believe, whether he's right or wrong. I don't even care. I just know that, like, you might want to leave that dude alone because it's probably not a
You know,
good...
I'm sorry, but I have to disagree. I think it is a good thing.
Ugh, I don't know.
And let me give you my perspective on that.
Mm.
Is because if there is a two-tier justice system where the same crimes committed by anybody, whether it be an ex-president or it be anybody else, if there's a two-tier justice system, then society absolutely falls apart. Because
there is though. What, did he go to jail and he got out the same day? I mean, all of his compadres did. What's the justice here? The justice is a mugshot, guys. That's it. There's no justice here. There is no justice.
Would you? I mean, personally, would you rather have him not have to answer at all, and then be able to do the same thing a second term? Because people are now, whoa, he didn't go to jail. He was innocent. He did everything right.
Right.
So
I mean, I guess
more votes out. Would you rather have that? Not
the
me.
optics, I guess, if we're doing it for optics, it's meaningless. There needs to be meaningful punishment for real crimes. If there's no meaningful punishment, then there still is this idea of
Well, this is a criminal trial, so I mean, this has just started. Now, whether he gets pardoned or not at the end of, I feel like they're going to stick it to him. He's going to be found guilty, but I feel like whoever the next president is probably going to give him a pardon.
Yeah, I would probably, especially if it's a Republican president. Again, I think
Yeah.
I think ultimately they're not thinking about the overall effect of what's going to happen as a consequence of what they did. I think it's all optics, and instead of, there's no action here. There's not going to be any action, and I know there's not. So why do it at all if you know what it does to his supporter? Like, his supporters are going to, I mean, they're threatening to delete people from existence because of this.
I mean, we have military and we have a police force to deal with people that act
they're
stupid
reactive.
and violently.
They're reactive towards people in this situation versus proactive. By the way, most of the police in our country that would be, well, let me rephrase that. There are a significant amount of police officers who support Donald Trump and his all of his ideas and movements. So what would be, again, I hear you, but reality's sake, there's not, this is a bad, I think it's a bad thing. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope that I'm wrong about that, because I do think that justice should be universal, but I just recognize that this is real life, and in this world, in this civilization we live in, ain't no justice for the wicked. There's no justice.
Well, we got to make sure that there is, and if we turn a blind eye to it because of the consequences of what might happen, if we don't, then that's even worse. Because if we're basically saying, "Oh, let him go free," because if not, there's going to be a civil war.
There's always the we already shamed him. He had the indictments. Got it. He's in trouble. Got it. Okay, well, he's got to face legal charges. Got it. Hit him.
He doesn't feel shamed.
No, of course not, because he knows he has the support. Hit him where his pockets are, though, and I think there would be a different story. But hit him, like, trying to get him for, like, in a legal sense, they're just playing games.
There's so much evidence, and I think they're actually going to be able to succeed.
I guess we'll see.
I mean, the amount of counts, I don't even know
how many indictments
counts there are. No, this is the fourth indictment, but
yeah.
How many counts of they're throwing at him? It is crazy. I don't even know.
I don't think it's
They're,
gonna matter, man. I really don't think it's gonna matter, to be honest. I'm just so pessimistic about. I watched. I mean, the fact that like I have friends and friends. I shouldn't say some family, but extended, who if I was Mexican, I would be terrified. You know, I would be terrified as a Mexican American person, or even a Mexican immigrant. I would be terrified. What he has inspired in the population is terrifying. He has essentially normalized hatred towards anybody who, you know, who he points his gun at, and I mean this ideologically. I just feel like I would be terrified. I'm scared for the Mexican population because I see it in my real life how people feel about them. You know, they don't think about the fact that they're human. They think about the fact that Donald Trump said that they're this word and that word.
Right.
And that's
they don't send us our best. Right.
Yeah. Some I assume are good people, but you know.
Yeah. But most of the ones that come here, they're all bad. They're R wordist and N wordist.
Which is why I joke about the alien, because the UFO community is heavily in support of that thinking. Okay, so aliens who literally go in your bedroom and take your booty? Oh, that's okay. But like Mexican humans? No, they're bad. I know they are. Because what? Oh, you can't paint all aliens bad. This is why I fight so hard against this, by the way. Because that's what's in the majority of the UFO. It scares me, guys.
No, I get you, and I'm for if there are the bad aliens that are doing the
booty snatching
and all that.
They're booty snatchers.
All of that, yes, I am not for those, but then I can't, like we were saying, we can't judge a whole population of grays by the few. You obviously punish the ones that are doing the bad stuff, like no matter what it is, if it's humans or whatever kind of being. But the thing with the Mexicans and the other people that he polarized most of the United States against, there's not I mean, those are ethical issues, but I don't think there were necessarily crimes, and we're not trying him for those things. As far as crimes, those aren't crimes. We're talking about very specific criminal actions.
Platonic Zombie said 91 indictments. Are you kidding me? Like, is that what
91 counts?
I don't know. I lost count after. I was like, how many? I think it was like, I want to say 20. I heard, or 20 or something like that, and I was like, no way. There's no way.
There really is. I mean, trying to overthrow a government through the electoral system by trying to have somebody find votes is, I mean, that's a conspiracy to overthrow democracy.
He could still literally win the presidency in prison. Like he could still win. What's the point? You know what I mean? Like there is no justice for.
I think there's a law for that actually. There's got if we get him for the right things, he is not allowed to run. So we'll see.
I guess we'll see.
He can run, but if he's in prison, was he gonna run out of prison? Like, was he gonna?
No, I don't know, but it's still again, it's about optics. Like, our country is so divided, and by the way, we revel in that division because we think this is my resistance to the idea of perpetuating the system. People revel in the nature of the system, right? Oh yeah, this is just the way it is. Right, dog eat dog. You know what? Fight for the best. That thinking. It's the root of our problems in this world, and unless we change something, where does it come from? It comes from. I believe it is an expression of, a symptom of, the monetary system at its core. At its core, it is a symptom of the monetary system. In my very I believe in my very informed opinion, according to my observations.
100%. I totally respect that. My thing is with any system, including the one that was proposed yesterday, I think there's going to be holes in the system. We just don't know them yet, and I believe.
You think that they would be greater than the ones that we're having today?
I don't think they would be greater or less. I mean, I think it would be pretty much the same. As long as the human condition exists, I believe that people are going to try to take advantage of certain things. Right. So I like the idea of a utopian system. By all means, I love the idea of it. However, like you were saying, realistically, right? When it comes to realistically, I know how humans are. I know this is just the way we are. I'm sorry. Like, we try to do the best with whatever system we have, and this is throughout all cultures and civilizations. But unfortunately, things decay when there's corruption involved, and corruption at from
Yep.
the very top down
Think about what you're
is
saying, though.
involved.
You're accepting the chaos because you've accepted that this is just how things are, versus trying to advocate for a better way because we can be better than this. Do you understand like, where the conflict lies for me in that thinking?
I understand, but I accept myself and other human beings for what they are. I have no reservations about. I don't think humans are just good, like a lot of people like to believe. I think we have the propensity for both good and evil in us, and I mean that in every sense.
I think so
what I'm
too.
saying.
I think so,
So-
too. I just know that like I don't want to say, hey, we can be good or bad, and so therefore we should continue to perpetuate this absolutely the worst of all of our potential. We should perpetuate that because hey, we're good and bad. Again, think of that logic. The thinking is not just accepting that we're imperfect, but again, continuing to perpetuate a system that encourages that imperfection, that fosters that imperfection.
I just don't think a society, a utopian society, whatever type of society it is won't be able to mold human beings into something they're not, to where there's going to be a greater good that that everybody's going to work towards, and etc. I believe because of the human condition, whatever system you have in place it's going to have the same kind of things. Corruption.
You believe that? Remember yesterday I said that the whole point of that, the only way to make any system work for the betterment of all people is to change the value system at the core value system of the people. You cannot have it with the same value system we have today, right? Where we incentivize corruption and taking advantage of people, and again, the worst of humanity. When we encourage that is the incentive, right? The incentive is to get a one-up on your neighbor, is to be better than the Joneses, is to have a better car.
In capitalism, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
In capitalism specifically.
Exactly.
But
Which
in
is
other
why-
systems, it's not, and it's still corrupt.
But it's not as bad as it is here. So, for
Well,
example,
I would argue that.
well, what you're
In
saying is that
communism,
we
in
experience
Russia, like,
they have a different value system, though. Russia doesn't have the same value system as Canada. How are Canadians? Some of the nicest people I've ever met. Not the nicest. There are nice people in America too, but I mean, some of generally the kind. Even the mean Canadians are like, dude, you're not even really. I mean, you're trying. Like, it'd be like a kid trying to be mean. Like, you dumb you. Like, that's how I feel like Canadians are when they're angry. You know, he's just a big dumb.
I think that's just a byproduct of our culture as well. I mean, our culture is. I mean, it's not just about capitalism or socialism. It's definitely, a lot of other things go into that.
Right, which is
how.
Again, that's part of that. That's part of what I said. What I'm saying is that it is a value systems issue versus an issue of human nature. I mean, human nature will always. You cannot get rid of human nature. Jealousy, anger. And it's any sadness, if you will, any of the feelings that we have, emotion, you can't get rid of it. You're human. Those are biochemical reactions to external stimuli. You can't get rid of them. However, you can change the stimulus. That is a scientific fact. That's where, I mean, that's kind of where I haven't even gotten into the fact that I am a armchair psychologist, terrible armchair psychologist. It is a byproduct of external stimuli. Our environment is what encourages those, is what provides a stimulus for those responses, right? So if we create an environment where the stimulus is overstimulated, creating these very intense negative outcomes, like deleting someone from existence, the extreme versions of jealousy where people are stalking and creating, all these things. When we change the value system so that the external stimuli are not creating the extreme versions of what is naturally human for us, our emotions, then you get a better society. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to take a scientific approach to this, where we study how people respond to different stimuli in our environment, in our society, certain societal norms, certain structures, certain things. We find out what through what Bryson mentioned is like social psychology and psychology itself, right? You study these things, study populations, understand how they are and why they are the way they are, and all those things. Use those data points to create a different system. Then you have what it can be akin to a better society, a utopian society. It's never going to be utopian. It's not possible, but it can be.
But can
better
I just
than this.
mention that, like, once societies,
How about this weather?
countries are flourishing,
I don't.
none of these problems are evident. And I would argue during the 50s, during the boom,
Don't forget to eat.
where
I'm
everybody
sorry. What? Well,
got
what?
like
What?
everybody
For
got to
some.
have a house.
No.
A
Not
lot of
everybody.
people.
Not
A
everybody.
lot of people. But America was at its highest earning in comparison to wages of workers
Yeah, but
versus
you're not.
CEOs,
Why
etc.
though? Why though? Why did they do? So keep again. We could. This is a very good point, by the way. And again, man, listen. This is true, but we have to ask what the underlying reasons for that were. What did that look like, and who benefited from that? Because if you're
Right,
talking,
but-
some people
Yeah,
did
but
benefit.
can I just let me just finish that thought. So for most people, we'll get back to that. My point is that during flourishing parts of any civilization, people are going to be happy. People are not going to complain. There's not going to be as much corruption that's evident enough for people to say, you know what, things need to change. But then
Right.
we have times like this right now where a lot of things are being noticed. CEO pay versus wages pay is so unproportionate, so crazy.
Yeah.
Inflation is running rampant. And some of these things, like inflation running rampant, is not, it's a byproduct of the things that we were going through as a consequence of what happened with COVID-19. Like, we also have to realize that, like, it's not just banking system is bad. Like, you have to realize that because during the COVID era, we put more money, the Federal Reserve pumped more money into the system than ever before. And they had to do that. And the reason that they had to do that was because businesses were shut and they were sending out stimulus paychecks to people just
keep
to
in mind
them going.
keep in mind they do the same thing for businesses and corporations. They just don't call it anything
100%.
derogatory, and they also don't complain about the fact that it causes economic turmoil for the people. Oh, it's necessary. Oh, it's going to help. It's going to stimulate the economy. The people stimulate the economy. The people that they're leeching off of. Socialize businesses, but don't do the same for people. Are you kidding me? You're telling me that when Barack Obama bailed out the banks and the car industry, the automobile industry, oh, that was fine. But when they do it to us, oh no, we can't do that, man.
I'm 100% with you. I'm 100% with you. And it's usually the banking institutions that were bailed out. But keep in mind as well, during 2008, during the housing crisis, when a lot of the banks that you looked at did get bailed out, some of the biggest ones that were in existence completely are gone now. Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers. I had friends that worked for these companies that completely lost their jobs, and it was a consequence of what happened. It's not like all banks got bailed out.
Right.
Even in the recent crisis, it's not like all banks was bailed out either. Like Signature Bank went down like completely.
So,
and
like,
I had a
what
friend
about
that worked for.
Is it a smaller, like, credit union type of bank, or is it just like a?
No, credit unions actually are completely under a different set of. They don't work by the same exact things as banks do. Credit unions are a little different. So when it comes to that, the reason that Signature Bank in particular went down was because of their involvement with cryptocurrency. So that was a new thing that was going on. We could get into that whole thing too, because the digital assets of Bitcoin and things like that.
I don't understand it. It sounds dumb to me. Cryptocurrency sounds stupid as freak. But I don't know enough about it to really have a real intelligent opinion about it. I just think it sounds dumb. Like, it sounds really stupid. It's like the metaverse, where like, oh, you want to buy a house in the metaverse for a couple $1,000s? You can do that, by the way. You can buy property in the metaverse. That sounds dumb.
But cryptocurrency was a way of staying anonymous
well,
with your purchases, which a lot of people actually benefited from and enjoyed.
I understand. I do understand that as well. That's, again, it's surface level, very, very surface level. I get it. I just think it's dumb. I think it's stupid. I think there needs to be something better. I mean, you're just like creating an imaginary value system, monetary system, if you will, to try to circumvent the issues that the monetary system.
I'm glad you touched on that. I'm actually glad you touched on that, because the money system that we have right now, the fiat currency system that we have right now, is not backed by anything. The fiat currency system, there is no gold to back the dollar. But what's good about that is also it gives banks and the Federal Reserve a much more tools to be able to regulate the economy when we're not actually tied to a system. And this goes back to the panic of 1907, the depression over there. The reason that the Federal Reserve System was created was because the economy was so bad. And they did their job. Like, when we're not tied to the gold system, they have a lot more tools to bail us out of a depression or a recession. Like, that's 100% fact.
But the consequence is that, I mean, you're advocating for the fractional reserve system, essentially, right? Because you're saying that there's going to be a benefit to essentially anything, but what are the consequences, and is it worth it? I mean, we live, the entire world is subject to the fractional reserve system. It's not just an American thing; it's a global thing. By the way, the Federal Reserve is not an American institution, which means we are essentially owned by. That is, our government owes the money to the Federal Reserve. We are owned by. Every country is owned by the Federal Reserve. Who are the owners of this world? Well, let me not get myself killed here, but let's just say it ain't the governments of this world. Like, it's not them, at all, obviously.
I mean, the Federal Reserve System was, as you know, they're bank. They're basically a group of banks, and
you can put sugar on crap. You could put sugar on crap and then say, hey, look, I listen, it's still got sugar on it, and let me tell you something. When you put the right kind of sugar on it, you actually can't even taste the poop. That's what you can do, but it's still poop, and that's what I feel like we're like. To me, that is the argument that's being made whenever there's an advocation for, or at least a look at look at the benefits of if we make this change or that change to this poop.
I understand, but there's actually, like, we can't use gold anymore. Like, that's 100%.
Of course not.
If we're going to be backed by anything, we can't be backed by anything. So what is
the alternative?
Exactly. There's not even enough gold in the world to
which
cover
is why
the debt of,
at this point the monetary system is unviable. It's just not viable unless you want to continue to perpetuate the issues, all of them, whether it be the issues of deforestation, of pollution, of poverty, of crime. Every issue that we have at its core is fundamentally a byproduct of the monetary system we have today. It is unequivocally, it's true that it is a byproduct of that. By the way, did I get a like or a follow? What's up, y'all? Hit me.
We got Rain Geo6 rating with a party of 3.
Oh, bet. What's up? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We out here talking about money. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like we're only putting sugar on it. We're putting salt on it. We're putting a little bit of that, that little, a little bit of that chef, board BRD. But we're not actually improving the material conditions of the people. We're just sugarcoating the issues, sugarcoating the poop. No matter what. We have
to. Yeah, there's a lot of poop.
What's up, Rangio Sick? What's up? Welcome to the show.
I shall put this to good use.
Yeah,
there's a lot of poop to be shoveled. We don't know where to shovel it exactly, and the idea of putting just starting a brand new system without knowing any of the pitfalls of what that system might create or not create, whether it would work or not, I think is very dangerous. Just because, yes, a couple days ago you were saying, when it comes to certain evils, it's the devil I know. Basically, I think the same thing goes with this. It's the devil I know. It's the economy that I've created. It's the pitfalls and dangers of inflation. It's things that I can effectively be able to deal with, and I have the tools to be able to deal with, versus a system that's very ideological. We don't know the ins and outs of it. It's not as laid out.
The devil I know. Yeah, the devil I know.
Exactly. It is the devil I know. So it's basically that's the reasoning for why we're still going with what we have, because
I contend that the reason we're going the way that we have is because people have been convinced that this is the only way, that this is the most viable solution if we were to consider taking into consideration human incentive. I've heard this argument many times. I'm not convinced by it. I'm not an intellectual. I'm not a pseudo intellectual. I'm just a guy who reads stuff and is passionate about what I talk about. But I have not been convinced by those pseudo intellectuals who say that we are the system we have today is the only system that will work because of, again, we're gonna kind of retort back to this, because of human nature. It's look at what it's producing. If you can conceptualize a better way, let's take a look at Canada. Like I said, that would be better than what we have here. Is Canada suffering because of think about the way that people live their life in Canada. They jokingly say, wait, you guys have to pay for... I've met Canadians who say, you got to pay for... They privatize healthcare? What the heck? They can't even imagine the insanity of something like that. But in America, we promote that type of that way.
I agree that Canada has a lot better things than we do. They pay a higher tax rate as well, though.
I don't care. What are you willing to sacrifice for a better life for you and your children?
Correct. And thank goodness we have opportunities to be able to, Canada is an ally country, and if we can move there for the most part if we wanted to. If we want to, like, if we like what they're doing better than what we're doing, we can apply for their citizenship. It's not like, yes, it's hard to move, but I'm saying if you really like their
I've heard this argument before. Ben Shapiro says, if you're living if you're at the beach right now, okay, if you buy a beach house, first of all, who's he talking to? If you have a beach house, okay, and a hurricane, okay, and it blows away your house, well then just move, buy a new house. Right, Ben? Because people who live in a beach house can just buy a new home, but I can't, you idiot. So when he's talking about, like, that's the logic that I think...
I get it, but you're going to have to pay a rent anywhere you go, right? If you don't own a house.
My guy. Picking up and moving costs people thousands of dollars. Most people don't have a couple $1,000s to just pick up.
It does, but we're talking about like a way of life that you're so enamored by. I'm just saying, like, if it makes that much sense to you and you're willing to sacrifice for it, it's not like we can't. Yes, sometimes, when we make big moves, we're going to suffer in the beginning to be able to make those moves justifiable for the long run. So yes, if we are that enamored by something that we want to move towards, I say we do it, including myself. I don't want to live in New York anymore because for me, it's an S-H-I-T hole.
Yeah.
In a lot of respects, including the amount of taxes I'm paying, the cost of living, etc. And I am looking into that. I am absolutely looking into moving somewhere else. But the great thing about America is that it's not just capitalism. There's a lot of systems, including public schools, which is, if you think about it, that's socialism. We have things like that.
Certain things are socialized in our country, but
correct,
not enough to create.
Things.
They are good. We can joke. We can for this, we can do this whole thing, right, where it's like, oh, well, fire department. What if people were like, don't socialize the fire department or police? Like, we're talking about things that are essential to just living.
Right, but my point is that if enough of us want more things within that system to go steer towards a social way, we as people can do that. So because we already have that. Now there's pushback on the other side, on the right side specifically for those systems to occur. But we have within our laws and the way we're made up to be able to make those changes possible, which is what I like about America. I love what we have here in a lot of respects compared to where I came from.
All right.
So,
I love America. I'm happy to be here, right? I enjoy but if I lived in Canada, I would think that Americans are crazy. So it's all about what you believe based off of what you can conceive, what you can conceptualize in your mind. You're thinking, man, this is as good as it gets. Look at what they've got. But that's what everybody says about everybody else because they're conditioned to believe, to think in that manner. It doesn't mean that it's actually objectively true that America is the best. It just means that we believe that because our experience is just fine. compared to those who are living in another nation that have their, and we can see their issues and say we don't want those kind of issues. People adapt to whatever environment they're in. They don't just, you know, and I understand, and again, we have to understand something. Why not change the environment and then change that fundamental upbringing so that people can see something and conceptualize something different and better for all of us? Well, if you say it's because I like things the way that they are, well then, Grandpa, listen, Grandpa, Boomer, okay? You gotta move on from these old ideologies. I mean, back in the day, a horse could go pretty far. Why the heck would you need someone with a wagon? What is a wagon for? I mean, the wheels are gonna fall off, right? Because look, all that time wear and tear on those wheels, really, it's gonna wear. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, why buy a car? Think about the gas that it takes. It could go really fast, but like, yeah, but if you crash, you're gonna hurt yourself. I mean, come on, it just sounds really stupid. We can go on and on all day about all the things innovations that people have made to improve the quality of the everyday citizen. And we can say, hey, listen, all these things at one point were considered ridiculous because of the problems that they cause. But look at where we are.
Who's going to fight for this new system, by the way? Nobody. Like, do you think that it's not going to happen for the simple fact that the people that have this power right now, the way it's running right now, they're not going to give up power?
No,
like,
because they've
they've
convinced people into thinking that this is the only way. And it's working.
It's not the only way, but they're not going to give up power. I mean, just look at the oil industry alone. Look how hard they're fighting to, keep coal, oil, and all of these other systems.
How are they fighting? How are they doing it? Through the hearts and minds of the population. Trick them, paying off politicians to perpetuate their ideologies to keep people stupid enough to believe that this is the only thing that they can.
Right.
There's nothing
else.
That's
what I'm saying. They're not going to give up power. And even if there is a utopian society that, like, even if it's any other type of thing, it's not going to happen because people want to hold on to power, and they will do everything necessary to do that. Same thing, by the way, with the UFO thing. If these people in the government or in defense companies like Lockheed Martin's, if they do have things like this, they will do everything in their power. Everything in their power. I mean, I think the technology that we're talking about is so great that they will never give it up. They will never give it up, even if it's through eminent domain laws or anything like that. They will never give that up.
I just saw a tweet recently about David Grush. Let me pull it up real quick just so that I have, for the sake of accuracy and respecting that. I don't want to mislead my audience here. 1 second while I pull this up, because I think it's really important to say.
Hello, Bryson.
Bryson's with us? What's up, man? Hey, let me read this.
I've been here for like the last 10 minutes.
I did not know. Thank you for saying so. Let me just say this real quick, and then we'll get to Bryson. So, one of the most scandalous facets of withholding the technology is that we could have been generating clean energy for decades, but continue to deliberately pollute the earth with oil. Climate change tech is being withheld. This technology has the potential to have a hugely positive impact on the ecosystem. The Department of Energy, which is also part of the Secret Services, has some explaining to do, because this is a crime against humanity. In the earth, we use the tech for war and not for peace and nature. The people who withhold this will one day have to apply for amnesty somewhere for crimes against humanity. And then there's a chart that says 2/3 of Americans prioritize developing alternative energy sources like wind and solar. The U.S. should prioritize expanding oil, coal, and natural gas production. This is a percentage. Looking at the percentage of people who support these ideas, 32% support that versus 67% that support prioritizing developing alternative energy such as wind and solar. And the same thing as the next chart, which is 28% of people oppose the U.S. taking steps to becoming carbon neutral by 2050 versus 69% who favor the U.S. taking steps to become carbon neutral by 2050. This is a Pew Research Center report. So the biggest thing is about energy production for the technology that they're hiding from us. But we also have talked about the dangers. The question is, you guys are all willing to risk the dangers for the benefits when it comes to this technology, but you're not willing to do that for civilization, for a complete redesign for civilization. I find a logical inconsistency with that. But let me, Armenian, I don't think it's fair for me to leave a cliffhanger like that without you being able to respond. So remember what I just said so you can respond to that, but I want to give Bryson a chance to speak up. What's up, my guy?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, not a whole lot, but I follow this guy on Twitter, Brian Johnson. He says, the number one thing to get people into the whole UFO disclosure is climate change, and specifically using Grush's testimony that there are technologies, specifically clean energy technologies, that the government has held back. So I think that's a brilliant point that, if you want to get people on your side, start with that. The whole oil industry in itself, the propaganda is that, there's so many jobs and everybody would, be out of
Yeah.
work,
Yep.
and you'd have all these people that would be, unemployed, and they'd be homeless. And like, yeah, you're right. You're not wrong with those facts. But at the same time, it's clearly not the, best way to do things. It's clearly an antiquated technology that whenever it came around was great. But I'm all on board the whole, like, if we need to disclose just to get these clean energies out, and hopefully, safe energy, because, I mean, the drawbacks with like nuclear power are things like, in the worst case scenario that there is a meltdown, we have to evacuate the area, and then you end up with like the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Yeah.
So I mean, but otherwise, nuclear energy is great. I studied that for like a semester, so I know all about, fission and the possibilities of fusion technology. But I don't know, man. Like there's just so much going on, so many things that happen behind the scenes that, we're not aware of. That, the whatever, if it's money being exchanged with politicians lobbying to keep that in play, to the media, propagating as many stories saying like, it's clean natural gas. Like,
Right.
come on, my
That's
friend,
funny.
my friend worked on the North Slope, so
Yeah, you
in
know better than
Alaska,
that.
so
You know
he did,
better.
oil extraction, and it was his job to make sure all of the equipment was fueled. So he would go around, pumping fuel into them. But what they do up there with methane is they can't. It's not profitable enough to transport the methane down south into the lower 48 for it to be refined and used as a fuel. So they literally burn off hundreds, if not thousands,
yeah.
of gallons every hour into
Why?
the atmosphere.
Why do they do that?
Because it's not profitable.
Okay,
That's
so
it. That's the only reason.
They
only reason.
incentivize corruption, and of course, in this case, pollution. It's incentivized. Do you understand that?
It's incentivized also, especially for companies that are publicly traded, by the way. Just to put that in there, because they have shareholders and investors that will.
Oh my gosh, you are
Yeah.
are
The
you
top 10
advocating
most
for
The
privatization?
top 10 most profitable
No, I'm
companies
just,
in
I'm
the
just
world.
saying it just is.
I think 7 of them are energy companies. From Saudi Aramco to Royal Dutch Shell to BP. 7 of the top 10 companies in the world by profit are energy companies. But Armenian's right. It's the fact that they have the shareholders that the profit incentive that's there, and I hate it. But that's the motivation. You guys were talking earlier. Money is the greed of money.
The love
is,
of money is the root of all evil.
Yeah. So, but that is the incentivization, the motivation that drives people to get out of bed in the morning to for minimum 40 hours a week.
Yeah. What is it? What is the true? No. What is the true incentive? What's the true incentive, right? You guys are literally not looking at the core incentive of any motivation of any person. The core incentive is that of survival. It will never be, because if it wasn't money, it'd be fur for the barter and trade. It'd be, I got to find the best deer so that I can trade it for some I don't know, freaking yarn or whatever. I got to find the best. Like, we got to go hunting today so we can feed the village. It's not money. The incentive is not money. The incentive is that of survival and the perpetuation of your life and your family's life if you have one. It's not money. We would have the incentive is much more core to our survival than that.
Yeah, but how much is enough? What's
survival
the
is
dollar amount?
different than the luxury of
Now
being able
you're
to afford
talking about
different things.
but so then incentivize overconsumption because there's benefits. That is what
Yes.
you're literally advocating for. The extreme. This is what's not conducive to human nature right here. This is what will continue to have people express the worst of human nature, because the environmental stimulus is supporting, or I should say encouraging, that of things that do as a consequence create the extreme versions of what human nature's the worst of human nature is. I mean, that's literally what's happening with this. hey, listen,
When
I know you got to
I-
survive, but you could also have this extra pair of boots if you do a little bit more. You want to sacrifice more time with your family. If you just do that, you don't just get to survive. You get to thrive. What is thriving?
Yeah, but
Being able to
there's
buy a
many
better
different
house.
kinds of boots, though. You know, you've got the cheap boots that are $30 that'll last you a season, or you can buy
Bruh.
the $200, $300. I'm just getting back to it. I'm circling back around. I'm just saying, like, you know, being poor is expensive,
Yes.
and you know, like someone who buys, you know, a $200 pair of boots that lasts, you know, for years and years. The incentive there in the first place was for someone to build a
Who's
good pair of
creating that
boots.
incentive? The
money,
corporation, the corporations that are telling you that if you were to have a socialized system, that's not going to work for you because guess
But
what?
I don't have a farm. I can't just go and grow my own food. I live in an HOA with, like, I can't even do certain things with my own yard.
Wow.
Like,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
or some
dude,
people
like-
can't collect rainwater. It's illegal.
oh, in North
certain
Carolina,
places.
Yeah, it's
in North
illegal,
Carolina,
yeah.
it's illegal.
Right.
You literally can't do it without, you know, and that's if they find you, and that's if they charge you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's another whole, like, you know.
Some people can't even grow their own certain plants. I mean, what?
I mean,
Medicinal
listen,
plants.
I can't. Like,
I don't mind. Listen, I'm a human being, and if I want what more than what my neighbors have, I don't feel bad, and I don't want to feel bad for wanting those things that they don't want. But in specific type of societies, pretty much everybody's going to have the same thing. Like, if I want to be able to have something, I don't want to feel guilty, or like I don't want to, you know, if I want those things, I want to have the opportunity to be able to work for those things if I want them.
Okay,
That's just
we're
me.
not
That's
talking
just my
about
nature.
getting rid of
Like-
wanting things. We're not talking about that. We're talking about giving people the opportunity to have the things that you want, but don't have to strive for. They are just a natural byproduct of the civilization we live in, because the civilization we live in is actually optimized for human prosperity. Truly optimized for human prosperity. I was mentioning yesterday. That's what I was advocating for. I was not advocating for, well, listen, we got to live in a society where everybody has to have the same pair of shoes. No, and that's not what, again,
Well,
we are
In that
projecting
utopian
what to be.
society, like they didn't have record players and all of these other things. It would be
No,
centralized.
no,
They
no.
would
In
have-
that one example that you saw, what he advocates for in the totality of his ideology is that of true freedom of like expression and being able to have what you want. So, for example,
but it's
3D
minimalism
printing
as well.
None, only if that's what you, well, obviously, what do you mean?
It's
Are you
minimal.
willing
He's
are you
very
willing to
minimal.
sacrifice overconsumption for the prosperity of humans and the perpetuation of human civilization? Or are you willing to, like, hey, listen, let's just consume until we die because I want another pair of shoes. I don't need it. I just want one. And why do I have to give up my desire to want to have extra stuff?
Correct.
When,
Yes, I mean, if I'm guilty of that, if I want 2 pairs of shoes instead of having only one, then yes, I am guilty. Yes, I do want that.
yeah, but
I'm
this
okay with
utopian,
that.
Okay, well,
this utopian
that's good to
society is going to
clarify.
eliminate a lot of positions, and I mean, at the end of the day, like, who gets to stay with what, you know, they've been trained to do, and who has to be re-educated, and where are you going to,
Everyone.
like,
I think the important thing is that you're at least, and I appreciate that, by the way. I think that when you admit that, at the very least, that you're willing to sacrifice the perpetuation of human civilization for overconsumption, essentially that's what you're suggesting. Then I
But
think
this
that makes more
utopia-
sense than to say that it's not going to work. The problem isn't that it won't work. The problem is that you're saying that the sacrifice isn't worth it.
I'm not the only one, by the way.
No,
I
of
mean,
course, no, of course not.
Right.
Of course not. No,
I'm,
no.
gonna
I'm just
have
saying
to-
a lot of people
Yeah.
that are used to having things are not going to want to give them up for this ideal
Yeah,
society.
100%. You are 100% correct. I believe that is what the value system that's been ingrained into us. It's overconsumption. By the way, it's by design. It's by design.
yes, yes.
So you
you're
accept
right.
you accept that?
I accept that I am stuck with that. I don't like it. I don't know what to do about it because I don't have the skills to be able to go and start a utopia on my own. I'm going to need people that have more knowledge and more resources than I do, whether it be money or whether it be goods or whether it be things to build with that I don't have. And I don't know how to build a house. I don't know how to do the plumbing work. I don't know how to do all that. So I'll have to get re-educated by a system. I'm just saying you're gonna have to start from scratch with this utopia.
is great.
You can't
yeah.
force it on people, and to force it on people
Yeah.
will be something
Ravens
that you're gonna
Creek.
get too much pushback.
Ravens Creek Charms actually said that in the chat. Just so you know, I have never once advocated for forcing anything. Neither does the system that we're mentioning, by the way. It
I get
doesn't
what you're saying.
advocate for forcing anything.
I want a better system too, and I believe that system would be a good system. I just don't know how to implement it.
I've told
and
you,
it
you guys
scares
have just
me. And I
reject-
told you,
You guys are rejecting the system not because it can't work, but because you're afraid of what.
Because it sounds so easy, and it sounds easy, but doing things are hard.
Right.
No, it doesn't
It's
sound
a very
easy at all.
generalized idea.
You guys are all talking about all of your resist. Listen to this conversation right here. What part of this is easy? What part of making these changes is easy when everybody's resistant to even starting it because of their preconceptions about what this ideology actually suggests?
No, not starting it. The system itself sounds so perfect. I'm not saying the steps to get there, but once it's implemented, you're suggesting that the system would be perfect and there would be nothing wrong with it.
No, I did not say that. I said it's better. I have explicitly
You're saying it's
said
better in a lot of
this.
respects, and so does what was it, Fresco? What was the gentleman's name? That the
Jacques Fresco is the guy.
Fresco, right? So he's advocating for, obviously, because he believes in it, and he's selling you all the positives. But it is a system at the end of the day.
Well, you do realize that he mentions the fact that people will choose to die. Like they would rather die, that they would rather live in a system that perpetuates suffering. They believe that is the ultimate. That's the epitome of freedom. Is to be
But
able
he
to
says
choose
that's
to
a
die.
personal choice. When
Yeah,
I think
it is.
in reality, it sounds like a personal choice. But who's honestly going to be making those decisions for you? Because I feel like at the end of the day,
Why do you default to this? Why do you guys default to this? Tell me why you default to this.
Because it's logical.
No, because it is what your preconception is versus what's being presented to you. If I say,
because of the examples in history.
Well, bro, the examples of capitalism are look at what we have today. What are you
It's worked
talking about?
for over 2,000 years, starting with the Roman Empire.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's worked
throughout
worked.
different civilizations.
And what
because
is
it's
what
a
is
system that works.
what are the consequences of how the system works?
You could be homeless on the streets and looking
People
for your
are
next
homeless.
fix.
People are
I
homeless
know.
on the streets.
That's
looking
what
for
I'm
their
saying.
next
That
fix.
is one of the consequences.
And you're willing to
And-
accept that versus a society where that's.
I don't know how to fix it, and it's like you keep coming up with hypotheticals of like it's as easy as just turning the switch on and off.
Hold on, everything is
saying once-
everything is hypothetical, and I've never suggested that. You are literally creating a straw man of my argument.
I'm just saying, when civilizations flourish, and there's less homelessness and less problems in society in general, then these systems that are already in place work exactly how they were designed to. The fact that we have more homelessness now as a consequence of,
a natural consequence of the system that we live in.
a natural consequence, but
You think
it's
that
going
it's
to be
still
fixed.
You still think it's
going
better
to be
than
fixed.
So you're saying that any conceivable better future is essentially inconceivable because you can't conceive of it, and so and also because the system that we have today is what you see, and so therefore there is no better system and cannot be because any system is just imagined. It's not real.
Let's
it's
look at the
only
example of
conceptualized.
Finland. So Finland has virtually eliminated homelessness, not like 100%, but virtually eliminated from their streets by providing housing where for I think the first 6 months it's free. They help you find jobs. If you've got, a drug problem, they help you find counseling and substance abuse treatment. So they've almost virtually eliminated that problem, but they also have a very homogenous society that's also a lot smaller in population than the 330 million people that live in the United States. So if we take them as an example, I think that would be a good start, but I also know not everybody will be able to fit into the cookie cutter box of that example. So I'm with you, man. I'm totally with you. Like, again, for me, it's the fear of like what the change will bring, and do I get to have a say and choice in the matter? But I'm totally with you, Marquise. Like, you're not wrong. I'm not going to say it. You're not wrong. And when it comes to it, down to it, to the the nuts and bolts of your entire what you've been presenting for the last 2 days. I just think we need to start. I say we. I guess the people that make the decisions,
Yeah.
civilization, be people in political positions or people in, I don't know if you could use corporations because sometimes I think this is a plutocracy where
It's a corporatocracy. It is literally a corporatocracy.
Yes, because the influence that they have, even though we don't see them on TV, they have a lot more influence than
Yeah,
we
they have
would
lobbyists all over DC.
and we don't know their names. We just know like, I hate so and so. Who's a politician.
That's, well, I mean, again, I think that all problems stem from the system that we have today versus what you guys are saying is that that all problems stem from human nature. I think that this is it is designed to be this way. It
If I could just mention, like, for the example, since we're talking about the environment, the EPA, right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So
Dude.
we're before number 45 went into office, our EPA had good rules and regulations.
Then he
And who did 45 put into power of the EPA? A person that opposed the very things that the EPA stood for.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about when
Crazy.
it comes to corruption. That's where corruption comes in. But we have things in system for specifically those things. We have the idea.
Bro,
we have the EPA as an office that would work if there was not corruption involved.
But you're talking about. Okay, imagine this. Let's just look at the system we have today. The system that we have today, literally, fosters the worst that humanity has to offer. It is like it streamlines the worst of our human nature. Okay, it again, by its design, it streamlines the worst of human nature. But what you're suggesting is, yeah, that's true, but sometimes good things happen in this system, and so at least we understand that, and we should be advocating for that. Well,
I would say most of the time,
bro,
outside the dimension of those 4 years, that was very bad for a lot of businesses because, I mean, good
so
for
what, you
business,
think that Obama was
but
better?
bad for
You think
environment.
Obama was better? Do you think Obama was better?
Than Trump?
Bro, maybe optically, obviously. I mean, we don't have a lot of the crazy stuff.
I mean,
let's
look. I mean, just look at the difference in the leading style and the
but
changes.
look at what happened because of Obama being elected. He didn't make he made a lot of promises, and they all do. But the problem is that everything that he did was fought against because the system that we live in, the system that we are subject to, the fundamental way the system is meant to operate is to resist real change and to maintain the system itself. So
change is hard. It's done in small increments. You can't have like drastic change in one shot.
You gotta crawl
It
before
does
you
not
start
have to be
running.
that way. No, I refuse. I will never accept the idea that because some people are unwilling to accept vastly, accelerated change. We should all accept that slow incremental change, while people suffer as a consequence.
You have no choice, though. It's status quo.
We don't have.
It's really hard to steer a ship of this size.
It is hard. Oh, of course it's hard, especially under the system that we have today.
Under any big system that has to accommodate 300 million people.
Smart people creating these processes that help to do that. I think that smart people, I believe in humanity.
In charge.
No. The smartest people are not in charge. Smart people are in charge of advocating for systems that really dumb people want. That's how this system works. Look at any developer, any software developer. The person that, what do they call them? The software developers are the ones who know what to do. The project managers are complete idiots, according to them. And the project managers make decisions that the software engineers actually implement. So no. The system doesn't work efficiently because it's not designed that way. It's designed to put politicians in control of what the actual people, like, for example, engineers, scientists, and the like, are implementing into society. So a banking institution will hire the smartest, best mathematicians to make the system operate the way they want to. The mathematicians aren't saying, well, you know what? They're not getting together saying, listen, let's go talk to the socialists, the sociologists and the psychologists and find a better system. The mathematicians say, let's talk to politicians. Let's talk to banking institutions. Let's find those people and then find the best way to optimize the system for their benefit. That's what the system produces. That is a byproduct.
Capital is in the hands of people that aren't, the smartest people. Capital, and that's what that's what is running the whole system. So I understand.
Smart money is running the system. Not only just, you know what I mean? It's called smart money for a reason. These people are literally straight out of MIT. These guys are top engineers. I mean, the financial system recruits the top of top people.
I know they take people that could be software engineers. They put them in the banking system, which only perpetuates the ills of this society that we have today. I am flabbergasted. And I think this is probably one of the most fruitful conversations, because we've had quite a few that we've had, because we're digging into a lot of the core resistances to these ideologies that people have generally, and that is that of not being able to conceive of a better system because of the way that we have been taught things are or have to be in this system.
Well, we can see the better system, but I'm not going to be the one that implements it.
Well, I mean, think
I'm
about
be the one that works in the system.
The resist. I mean, we all work in the system. But you're resistant to change because the only thing that you can conceptualize about the system is that of force and control and dominance versus what we have now, which is true force and true control and true dominance. You have a literal brainwashing of the population.
I would literally love to. I'm not opposed to your idea, by the way, Marquise. I'm not opposed to that. What you're talking about, that very utopian society. But I would love to see a model of that system in the works.
Next
that
week
is
we're gonna
successful
watch. Yeah,
for
that's
like a good decade, I would say, before even saying like remotely that I would want to switch to that system. I need to see this thing working before. Like, it sounds really good on paper, but
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's
I want to see it
not
work.
that's not unfair to say. I think what is kind of strange to hear is like some of the things that you guys are saying is concerning, because it sounds like take this with this is facetious, and I'm not joking. I'm only saying this just because off the top of my head. It sounds to me like you guys have literally been coerced into believing in the ideology that's been taught to you. Like you're tricked. They tricked you.
They didn't trick me.
They absolutely did. They absolutely
did. I'm reluctant to be a part of it, but it's what my parents did. It's what their parents did. It's what probably my kids will do, because it's just that's how it is.
That is literally how you. Maybe we need to talk about what socio-engineering is. Maybe we need to talk about social engineering, because that's what it's about.
Right.
Do you
that's
remember,
what this person does. It's social engineering.
Yeah, but it's
talking this utopian society.
No, dude, they do it.
That is social engineering. He's a social engineer, right?
Of course. Okay. They do it today, not for your benefit, but for the benefit of the system that causes the greatest suffering.
I understand what you're saying.
And it's saying like we can do the same thing.
From.
We're not gonna.
I'm not opposed to it.
Well,
I just want to see it work.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, audience. The audience, by the way, is mostly on your side. I mean, this is my favorite. I have the most fun when people disagree with me. You guys
have you heard of the Mouse Utopia experiment done by John Calhoun in the 1960s?
I have heard of it. Again, there are so many factors that make the outcome vastly different for human beings versus any other mammal.
I know we're different. We're not the same as rats.
Vastly different. I mean, socially even we're vastly different. So
yeah, but just using that as an example, they gave the rats everything, food whenever they wanted it. They didn't have to fight for it, and then eventually they became overcrowded.
Yeah.
Population collapsed. Some of the rats, instead of trying to breed,
they can't intelligently change their system to adapt to those changes. We can. That's what separates us from other creatures on this planet. We can adapt, we can change, there's time binding where information and knowledge is compounded with each generation. We learn from those things.
Then I'm with the Armenian on this one. I want to see the model be implemented somewhere first, and then if it works, I'll totally join in. I'll sign me up. But until it happens, like I'm afraid of change. I'm gonna say that. I'm afraid.
Keep in mind, you're resisting change because you can't see it. Versus pushing for change because anything is better, anything that can be conceived as better should be fought for. So any change. So what in essence you're suggesting is that any system that is at least working to keep some people alive should be perpetuated because it's done enough to keep us alive today. But if
because it's worked for me so far.
Yeah.
Bro, do you want me to bring up the people that don't make it? It doesn't have
There's
to be.
always going to be examples.
But I'm saying a majority of look at our mortality rates. We're doing so much better as societies.
Bro, we're
staying alive
and yet there's a concern of overpopulation because of the way that we're living now.
Right, and we're going to adjust to that through different means, through hydroponics, through eating different sources of food. Like there's a lot of different things we can absolutely do, including converting, different types of farmland. Like for as big as the world is, it's still the amount of farmland in the world is not proportionally adjusted.
Well, we mentioned vertical farming.
Vertical farming.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
so
farm
many things that we can
subsidies
do.
too. Farm subsidies mean we grow corn and soybeans that we can't really live our life off of because there's money from the government incentivizing farmers to grow those products. Here in North Carolina, whenever I drive to school, I live in, farm country. So all the farms I pass are all either corn or soybeans. And that's in that by itself, like that's wrong to me. But that's the incentive is like they get the government subsidies to grow those crops.
Yeah,
So-
because they have to do it. They have to feed a lot of people, and it's something they know how to do like efficiently, and it works. I mean, when you're producing for the masses, you're not gonna. Obviously, the people that have more money to spend on specific things are gonna try to get, obviously cleaner sources, and that is a problem. I agree.
And then food waste. On top of that, you can't give food to a homeless
Right,
person
and that's
if you're
horrible.
a business
I
because
completely
of
disagree with that.
because of
model.
insurance reasons.
These are all consequences of the system that we live in today.
Yes, and
But it hasn't always been this way. I mean, like, this is not because of the system that we live in. Some of these laws are like within the last 10 years. It hasn't always been this
Bro,
way.
even if we look back at all the other issues that, whether it be war or poverty or inequality or racism or whatever, and I'm talking about real institutional, like when it was illegal for a black person to go into a white store, no N-words and no dogs.
Right.
N-words drink here and whites drink here, and N-words go to this bathroom and go to this church, and N-words go to and this N-word looked at this white girl, and so we got to go hang them, and the police would join in on that, by the way, and help them. These are the kind of byproducts we get from a system where people are manipulated to believe these things. No, it's not like that today. We have changed and fought for those changes, but people had to fight with their lives for those changes.
Yes.
And they fought against ideologies that said, hey, listen, I don't know why N-words. You remember the documentary in the 50s where they asked all the white people, like, what do you think that N-words have the same kind of rights as you? And they were like, of course they do. Does that sound right? They believed it did. In their minds, they were convinced by, again, the system taught them that, yeah, this is just how things are. Guess what? They're not slaves anymore. How could they complain about their life? Why are they complaining? While they get loans for their housing.
And 100%,
While they get,
I agree.
while
There's
one
going to be a
portion
higher
of-
tier of people that are going to be able to do that, and it's not just with blacks. It's
Not anymore.
with
Now
the
it's
Irish,
everybody.
with the Chinese, like in our country, during World War II, we put Japanese people in camps because we were our own citizens.
Yeah, again, it's the same. But what I'm saying is that we do it to everybody today, and so now we got to do something different. We have to do something different. I think I mentioned the solution would be something akin to that of socialism, to continue to keep our American value system, but to adopt more of a socialized system with things like healthcare, and even when it comes to income, give people the opportunity to have those overconsumption desires, like pursue your overconsumption desires, but give
we
people
do have
a way to
socialized
survive.
medicine in the United States. It's called the VA, and the VA is one of
That's
the
true,
worst
too.
run,
That's true.
social
What'd you say? Say that
healthcare-
again?
The VA, the
Why is
veterans
it the worst? Ask John Stewart why it's like that. Because what
It's
you're
like
doing
that.
is you're ignoring why it's bad and saying, "Oh, it's bad." See, it's bad because the system, because people, namely
the best-
Republicans,
the best doctors go to private healthcare because there's more money. The best
it's
doctor.
incentivized.
They also
Corruption-
mentioned with Obamacare and the things that he did to
not-
make.
I mean, it's not perfect, but it's better than.
It's not, and it is better, and that's what I'm saying. So the system allowed for it because there was a demand for it.
How many
and-
times was Obamacare rejected because there were better provisions in it, and people were like, "Nope, we don't want to help people. We want them to suffer. They got to pay
Right,
for their
It
to
only-
live."
But
It
what I'm
only
saying
passed.
is that it did work through the system that we have. Yes, there is resistances. There's always resistances. But my point is that the system that we have allows for things to change. That's my point. We don't have to go to a completely
The
different
system
system. If
resists
healthcare is the
changes.
problem, it does. Yes, and status quo always resists changes. And that's where, if something bad was happening, status quo also pushes back against those things, right?
No.
It's not just for good changes,
what
it's
do you
for
mean
bad
by
changes
that? What do
as
you
well.
mean? What do you mean? What bad changes does the status quo resist?
Okay, so let's say women's rights and like all returning of Roe versus Wade, there was a huge pushback because of something that was done to change the current law. So there was a huge pushback saying, you know what, we can't just, we're not going back 150 years to give up the freedoms. We as women, like women said this, we as women, like there's pushback whenever there's change, whether it's good or bad. The status quo doesn't always have to work in a negative way for all of society.
Yeah, but keep in mind, that is not the status quo. The general norms, that is a breaking away from them. You're talking about, you're looking at this, I believe, backwards, right? Because what you're saying is that, hey, listen, you know those things that people fought for to keep, like Roe v. Wade? Well, that was a status quo. That was not always the status quo. The status quo used to be women keep your mouth shut and look pretty.
And that's good that it changed.
Because how we got to go back to the found. You're skipping a step, my friend. The beginning of the status quo was that of keeping women oppressed. It wasn't for the empowerment of women. It was against that. It was when people fought against the status quo, created a new status quo, and then they fought to maintain it. The origin isn't in the middle. It's at the beginning, my friend.
I'm not talking about the origin. I'm saying that it works both ways.
No, it does not. It does not work both ways.
I think it does, because now we're trying to push back against it.
But okay, so if I say listen, I'm gonna try to create a scenario here. I'm gonna try my best because I can't think of one at the moment. But let me give you a very crude example. Let's say that I punched you, and then you punched me, and then I punched you back, and then you killed my crops in my garden, and then I burned your house down. And I said, listen, I did what I did because I had to fight back against a guy who's been attacking me, he burned my crops, which I need to live and provide for my family. That's why I burned his house down. Well, yeah, that's true, but like I also punched you. Like I started this whole problem, and so we could do that where we skip all the steps that happened in the beginning, and we only name the steps that we want to focus on. But the reality is, it was fighting against status quo that began this change. That is the only way. Because if you're talking about perpetuating status quos, no, you're talking about perpetuating new status quos. That is not what we are looking at here. We are looking at a perpetuation of new status quos. Do you understand?
Well, Marquise, how do you propose that we implement these changes? How do you, other than just saying we just do it?
I already mentioned
because the way
I mentioned
what I'm
we
saying
talked about that.
With the way our government system works, where we have our bicameral legislator for a federal government, and then we have 50 states, each with their own bicameral legislators. How are you going to because for me, it doesn't seem as easy as just well, if you vote for this party, all your problems will be solved.
Nope, it'll never work that way. Never. Never.
Then how are we going to do it? If we don't just say we're just going to do it.
You're going to need funding.
You know what gets me? You know what gets me the most about this conversation? Remember how I said that you guys are, first of all, you guys are both intelligent. We all have blind spots. But when it comes to ideology and beliefs, I recognize when I have them, but sometimes I don't, and when people call me out on that, it helps me change my perspective to have a more intelligent and more well-rounded perspective. In this very moment, I believe that you are missing something, okay? You both have very good critical thinking skills, clearly. You could see it in this conversation. However, you're lacking that critical thinking in this conversation because of your ideology, because of your belief about what is possible, what you can conceive as possible. So let me go ahead and tell you what I think is the solution. I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm going to mention it again for the sake of clarity. You need to be able to change the value system of the population in order for any of these things to even begin to be possible. You have to advocate for and promote the kind of ideologies and the kind of systems that people can benefit from, show them how it can be benefited from, and that takes a collaboration of very smart people that can produce these kinds of systems, that can create these kind of systems. You need to have open dialogue. You need to have debates just like this one, only from people that are experts, engineers, sociologists, psychologists, who can explain exactly why, collaborate with each other and explain exactly why and how these things can be implemented and why they are better options. That is how you do it. You create media campaigns.
Sounds great on paper, but you know it's not going to happen because we suck as a society.
No, it's not going to happen.
Only that we suck. Can I just mention that?
Well, you asked
who's going to pay for this?
You asked me.
Imagine if you had the best minds to work on this.
Why is that always a question about what's
going to fund it?
There's a documentary by Jacques Fresco called "The Best That Money Can't Buy." We need to watch. We're going to watch that on stream.
I'm just asking a very specific question.
Yeah.
Who pays
for anything? I mean, like, to ask that question is to ignore that any things are paid for because people advocate for them from any, like, whether it be an institution or a grassroots organization, or or whether it be through the government mandating those things being paid for. Again, we have to.
Why would the government pay for this? Number one, let's be critical here. Why would a government pay for a system that doesn't advocate for the system that's already in place? That's
because
number
people,
one. Number two, why would
corporations
pay for something
because the
that's
people
going to
want
be
that? Because the people want
what
that.
People? Government's not gonna pay
you
for
and
it.
me, brother. I'm saying let's do this right now. I'm kidding. I'm not saying this. I don't think it's. By the way, just so everybody knows, listen to this conversation is exactly why we will never have this system that I'm advocating for. I'm just saying that if we're going to advocate for anything, why are we not advocating for this? Right? I don't believe it's possible that we're ever going to have a civilization like this ever. We're going to die. We're all going to die.
You're going to need grassroots movement to raise that kind of money.
100%.
It's not going to come from the government.
You're thinking about money. You're talking about money. I'm saying that money is a non-issue if the value system is put into the consciousness of the people and they advocate for it, because then resources will be allocated accordingly. I mean, look at what about who's going to advocate for a fire department? Where's the money going to come from? Who's going to pay for all these different, women's health clinics? I mean, come on, guys, think about it.
The fire department is going to help the citizens that are paying for things through taxes, things like that. I'm just saying, who's going to pay for a system?
We are.
Who's going to pay for?
We are.
Why?
Why wouldn't you?
Why would the? I'm just saying, why would the government ever put in a system that would be a cancer to itself? Why do you think they would pay for this?
The same reason why you believe in your brains that the government would advocate for a system to improve the system that we have today for us, because we fight for it. The same reason why people thought one day black people and white people can coexist together, because we fight for it. But we
there's
can't.
Not enough people fighting for this.
Because
if they are,
why not? Why aren't they?
They're going to do it through grassroots movement.
Yeah. Why are they not fighting for it?
Themselves.
Why are they not fighting for it? Because
it's bad for them.
What? You think
it's
this system
bad
is
for
bad
the government to be able?
No.
It's
Why
bad
are people?
For the current government, under the current way we have things set up, why would they push for something that's not going to benefit them? That's what I'm trying to tell you. And it's not going to work for corporations that are trying to make a profit out of everything. Why would they try to go into a society where they're not going to benefit overall, because things are going to be more, in a utopian society, they're not going to make the same kind of profits that they're making under this capitalistic system. Why would they ever advocate or push for these things? Why would they ever put money into these things? You think they care about people?
No, of course not. But that's because the people have accepted. Like you realize we're going back. I don't know why this is being missed, but it is. We're going back to the fact that you guys both believe that we can improve the system that we have by advocating for things, but you're not saying that we can advocate for things that change the system because the system itself won't allow it. So on the one hand, you think that we can make changes. On the other hand, you think we can't. I don't understand why the hypocrisy here.
It's not hypocrisy. I'm just saying, logically, it will not work if you try to go through if you try to go through the federal government, which has 3 branches, into a different. You're suggesting a central computerized system that doesn't have any form of government. We're talking about something completely different. What the government is. Why would they try to push for that? Is what I'm asking. It's a very logical question. They're not going to want that anymore, because if that system does work, first of all, it would grow like a cancer within the system that is letting it grow in the first place. Why would they try to push for that? It's a very logical question. Corporations aren't going to want to do this. Why would they ever want to do this? So I'm suggesting that if this movement is ever going to come, it's going to have to be very privately funded, very individual, very unified mind thinking that's going to put this thing together. And it's going to have to start off probably as a commune on land that they bought. It's not going to be, the government's not going to pay for this.
That's what he
That's all I'm saying.
That's what he suggests, by the way. That's actually what's suggested in the movement.
Well, they're going to have to do it that way, and people are going to have to look at it, and it could turn into a Waco situation if things don't.
Oh my gosh!
It could.
Bro.
It could 100%.
Instead of using
way.
Waco, let's use
Oh my
Oneida,
gosh.
which was the Oneida commune that was in New York State, where you had a bunch of people, and that was again a religious commune.
Oh my gosh!
So, all right.
Whether or not, I'm not suggesting that
Man,
the commune
that's
is gonna.
rough.
I'm not suggesting that the utopic place is gonna necessarily a place of religion, whatever. I'm just saying, in the eyes of the government that moved in, it could very well be something that they don't want to have,
Yeah.
because it's not in their best interest. It's very simple. It's not like this is not deviating from any kind of logic. This is logic.
Huh. I have to think about this one for a second. Like, the Waco
While you
thing
think
threw
about
me
that,
off.
I'm just gonna take
Yeah.
a bio break. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Waco thing threw me off. I did not expect that at all. Yeah, I don't know how. Wow, you guys left me speechless for the first time on stream live. Wow. Yeah, let me think about let me think about this one for a second, because I did not anticipate, and no part of my consciousness anticipated that that kind of response to any of this. So I'm a little blindsided by that one.
Well, let's talk about aliens. Am I right?
Yeah, am I right, fellas? Am I right? Holy crap.
But no, seriously, what from what my understanding is, Ryan Graves is going to be at the Mexican Congress. I forget the name of it, on September 12th. I still have not found 100% info on if it will be streamed on YouTube or somewhere.
Is it going to be in English? I mean, he's going to be in English, but is the whole thing going to be in English? I
mean, I just saw a letter sent to Ryan Graves saying thank you for coming. Everything was in English, and that there's going to be some other people there that are also within the Mexican aerospace sphere that also would be able to put forth the same evidence as Graves and Fravor did. That are not, third-party, inspectors like Grush was. So I think that's a positive step in the right direction. I want more governments to have the same, the United States can lead the way just because of, the precedent set forward of us so far in the past being the leaders on this. But I also know that, Brazil has done positive things in the past. But I know a lot of the other governments also act like the United States, like nothing's happening. There's nothing going on, and you guys should just stop looking up. Don't look up. So it's hard because I talked to my mom about this today at lunch, and it's one of those things where I want it to be like, flipping a switch and like, hey, our space brothers are here to, bring us clean energy and technology. We can get rid of the money system. We can, have enough food for everybody. Survival won't be a problem anymore. You won't have, young women having to do horrible things in order just to feed their family. And, I wanted to be like just that awesome. Like, I wish there weren't people in charge, and these people in charge typically are, they're good talkers, and they're attorneys. They're trained to be attorneys, so they know what they're saying in order to obfuscate the obvious facts that are clearly presenting themselves. And I want it to be, gosh, I want to believe, and I want things to be better. So like, I'm easy to sway. So I'm very swayed by your arguments today, Marquise. So I will say you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong.
I really that actually I got nothing. I have to I got to stew on that one. And we'll come back. We'll get back to this conversation another
you gotta
day.
watch some
because-
more
yeah.
videos, read some more.
No, I think it's more like I've seen all the videos and read the literature, but you know my thing
Not
is
all
more
of
like
them.
I bet I haven't read all the literature. I bet that, but I will say I think I need to present those some more things to you guys so that you can have a better idea of, again, like you're saying, what does this system look like? How is it? I think me talking about it is one thing. What I see here, what's being missed here, is you can't visualize it, and so having an auditory conversation, your brain is. I mean, you're trying to visualize it, but you can't. There's a disconnect between the auditory reception versus the visualizing of what's being presented to you. So I think
Well, even if we were all in person together, we'd have this in the same conversation. I feel like.
No, I think it would still be. I think it would be. Yeah, I think it would be exactly the same. I think that seeing some of the at least visualizing what it represents or how it would look would be a better way to continue the conversation. Because at this point, when you've gone all the way down to Waco, we've lost each other here. I gotta give you a completely different. What's up, Garyoki?
Hey y'all.
Hi, y'all. How you doing over there by the pond? Over the pond?
Sup. Have I just showed up?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we hear
Just
you.
showed up.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Hi.
Look like Top Gun over there. What's going on?
10 minutes.
I mean, I did the
What's
same thing when I
happening,
came
guys?
on.
What's
Real quick, I
happening?
want to bring something up real quick to you guys. So this is a post by the Juan on Twitter, and it because Ryan Graves posted that there are dogfights between UFOs in space. That there have been witnessing pilots have been witnessing dogfights between actual like UFOs, like non-human craft. And in Peter Levenda's in book Secret Machines God Volume 1 of the God's War and God's Man in War series, there's a quote that they pulled from it. Alien gods, spirits, ghosts. They are taking their lives into their hands, landing here. Or is it part of the original plan to keep us at each other's throats? When race is not enough to separate us, it's religion. When religion is not enough, it will be economics, or access to clean water and air, or a vaccine to counteract a lethal disease. If you were intent on domination, would you want to see your enemy fragmented and fighting each other? And that was a quote from the book. There is this idea in ufology that by researchers that are very well researched, learned in this topic, that UFOs, this non-human intelligence, is purposefully keeping humanity in a state of chaos so that they can implement whatever plan it is that they want, and that the reason why we're in a total chaos is literally because of them, not because of our own doing. We think it's because of us, but when you think about the acceleration of technology, especially after Roswell, New Mexico, but the 1947, and just the implementation of certain systems, which we mentioned here today, we have a population under the belief system that this is a better, and this is kind of the joking that I made at the beginning of this conversation. Is it them that put these systems into our civilization for the sake of keeping us in chaos and fragmented?
Well, this is what we was talking about the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Infiltration of leaders and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But going back to what you was just saying about aliens having dogfights and stuff like that, I really believe that.
Really?
Because
two warring races, maybe?
Well, yeah, because there's proof, there's facts. A number of years ago, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 years ago, I can't remember where it was. There's a guy, I don't know if it was in this country or over there in the States, but there was a guy, and he figured out if you bought night vision goggles or a camera or whatever, if you change the aperture slightly, you could see ships up in the lower atmosphere. And he eventually got, I think he got like telescopes with night vision goggle and everything, so you could really see far into space. And he filmed a lot of it, and there was like, it looked like a video game. Do you remember the video game Asteroids?
Yeah.
It was like that. You could see like little triangle shaped craft shooting at each other and going around, and it was like, what? And it was so crazy. We got a famous pop star in this country called Robbie Williams. I don't know, he's like the UK's version of Justin Timberlake or Justin Bieber, you know, he's that sort of guy. And he got so into it. He's like a multi-millionaire pop star. He took a year off and said, I'm going to go and see this myself. And I think he went out to Arizona or somewhere like that. And this guy's so famous in England and in Europe. They've done a documentary on him and they followed him. He bought these like night vision goggles and actually filmed what he was looking at up in space, and they went, oh my god, it's true. And it's all over YouTube now. All you've got to like look for is night vision goggles, space wars or UFOs or whatever.
This is what I meant by boots on the ground yesterday, by the way. Like going out, instead of just relying on the government's own research, you can actually go out there with infrared cameras and telescope. Like, there's a lot of things that we can do to find out things for ourselves. Sorry.
Yeah, and apparently, I don't know what it is. Apparently, you've got to change the aperture of the lens or take something inside the night vision goggles and like reverse the lens or what is something weird like that. And you cannot see it with the human naked eye. You have to have this like specific equipment to use it. And when you see it, you know, they put the camera through the lens of these MVGs, and when you see it yourself, you're like, oh my god, do we have a secret space program? Are they up there fighting? Is it aliens having dogfights with each other? So when you hear reports from pilots saying, yeah, they have witnessed UFOs dogfighting each other, I really believe it, because that's one of the most fascinating parts of ufology to me. That's one of the best bits of evidence I've ever seen, because you just see it and you think, how on earth could they ever fake that? You know.
I only go ahead. I'm sorry, I mean, go ahead. What's up?
It's really interesting that he's talking about this, because I posed the same very question to Mr. Graves on Twitter. I kind of shared that on Discord with you guys as to why some of these UAP fly in V formations, which is actually very military style battle formation. And not only for that, like if they don't have to worry about fuel consumption, things like that, why are they flying in V formations? And it's very interesting, because what you're talking about would make sense. If there are warring factions, then that would make sense that they're flying in specific military formations.
Well, keep in mind there are other objects that fly in completely erratic formations, unpredictably so. And also sometimes merge together, and they I mean, there's different types of phenomena.
Oh, absolutely. But you look at like geese and ducks; they fly in a V formation, mate, and we copied it from them.
No, they do.
It's very terrestrial phenomena.
Maybe it's part of nature that's flying that way. You know?
Or maybe that is what they want you to think, right? Because the concept that we're talking about that I think is. So I've read Secret Machines, just to be clear. Just so you understand, I've been trying to slowly, to respectfully and carefully talk about these ideas since I first had conversations with you all. They have been rejected mostly because there's this idea that, what about the good? What about this? But the reality is there is a conflict between these non-human intelligences, according to people like Ryan Graves and other pilots who've said things before, by the way. There has been a conflict according to, and this is within the literature of ufology, by the way, a lot of which I've read, not all of which. I think a lot of us has read some of that literature and watched some of the documentaries and so forth. But in the literature, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that this is actually happening. The problem is that when you talk about boots on the ground, some people don't have the luxury of being able to do that. I have literally a family of 11 people. How the heck am I going to just up and leave and do boots on the ground? The only thing that I can do is connect with, talk to, and do the only thing that I can do as a researcher to collect information and data on the phenomena. That is read, that is search for, connect with other ufologists who do have those boots on the ground. And the information that I've come across is literally aligned with all of the things that once posted in, I don't know who you are, but in my comment section said, why don't you go out there and do boots on the ground research? Guys, listen, I don't need to. There are people who do that, and I talk to those people. I do what I can with what I have, And it is
To be fair, what you're doing is boots on the ground as well. I mean, the communication and this is all boots on the ground as well. Like,
it is.
You're
But,
doing a huge part right here.
yeah, but I've been criticized for not actually doing the MUFON investigation of the boots on the ground version of. Like it's insane to me. To me, it's a very.
I think so. I don't think the kind of guy, the type of guy you are. I don't think you have to. I trust you, like I trust Tim Senor, to give me like a weekly update on what's happening, because I can't be asked to go and do it myself, or I haven't got the intellect. I trust you specifically to. I don't expect you to go out.
Recently, I was offered to be on a documentary, and I had to decline. They were going to pay me thousands of dollars to be on a documentary, and I couldn't do it because I can't just leave my family and travel all over the U.S. to be a part of a documentary about experiences. I can't do that. I have to turn things like.
How long will that take you though?
A couple
How
of weeks.
long for though, Marcus?
What's that?
How long would it have taken you to like be in that documentary?
I would have had to be gone from my family
weeks,
for a couple of weeks, man. And I can tell you right now, that's not possible.
Right.
There are way too many people in this house for me leave the unicorn here, on her own.
Yeah.
She already does a lot as it is. Like, that would be really unfair.
Can I play devil's advocate as I usually do?
Yeah, by all means.
So, okay, the V formations that Mr. Graves is talking about is the reason that I think there's a lot of what could be considered reverse engineered programs in space. Besides, like, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be two warring factions. It could be reverse engineered craft that we have. And my reasoning for this is this, and the reason that I asked Mr. Graves in the first place about the V formation is this: human pilots, through very terrestrial observations of how geese fly, how bird formations are, and how we emulate those formations within our own military, Air Force, Navy, people that fly have these formations. And my reasoning for asking him was that because this is a human formation, as far as I know. It's very natural, nature-based human formation. So my argument could
be us.
be that it could be us.
Yeah. I would be more inclined to believe that versus the. If anything, I think that, again, I am of the. My persuasion. I'm of the persuasion that at least one of these beings, race of beings, or whatever intelligence is deceiving us into thinking that it's us. So they literally, and I'm not of that persuasion because I believe it. I've come across way too much information and data to suggest that they are literally emulating pilots. They're emulating helicopters, black helicopters, by the way, unmarked black helicopters. They emulate us. They emulate us all the time. And so I think there's too much information to say that they do that, to say that, oh, well, if the aliens operate under the same, we cannot believe that they operate under the same physics that we do.
Oh, why not?
Because they don't. They travel at Mach 10 and with no sonic boom. That is not operating under the same laws of physics that we do.
The nature of the universe is, the chemical makeup of the universe
Mostly
using chemistry.
No,
it's the same.
Yeah, but we
it's
don't
the same
know those
everywhere.
things. We don't understand those things, dude. We don't.
But
What part of our
that's the
society
laws
says it is?
The laws of chemistry, like atoms, the buildup and makeup of everything. Who's to say that they don't follow the same kinds of formations because it's the most beneficial or efficient way? Because
of the 5 observables, transmedium travel. Bro, talk about the laws of physics. Do you think that they have to operate under the same laws of physics as us aerodynamically when they can travel transmediumly without losing any kind of speed at all? They don't deviate from their flight pattern.
We just haven't found that physics yet.
Right, it doesn't deviate from.
I understand
the
that.
itself.
But math is the constant. It's the universal constant. What I'm saying, you're right. You're right about saying, we can't, understand it, but we just don't understand it yet.
But you're saying that, oh, well, they have to follow the laws of aerodynamics just like we do, although they're not following the laws of aerodynamics.
No, I'm saying
do?
that maybe their V formations, if we could say that's terrestrial, but that might also be an efficient formation to use in space.
Yeah, you're basing that off of absolutely nothing though, because I'm
basing off of how chemistry works, where hydrogen is hydrogen, no matter where you find it in the universe. It's always going to be the same.
You guys, this is so much fun. Hold on one second, because again, if they are operating under the same laws of physics, they would not be able to do the things that they're doing. There is something unknown that they are using, some kind of unknown law of either quantum or whatever, physics or whatever, that they are operating under.
We just haven't figured it out yet.
And
That's
since
it.
we haven't, we can't say that it applies to us. We can't say that. We cannot, like,
No,
for
but
example,
I'm saying if
like
we
birds,
have,
birds don't
if
operate
we
under the
have
same
reverse,
birds operate on the same laws of physics
Right.
that we do, right? They do, but we can fly faster than them because we use different technologies to emulate their flight characteristics in space and things like that. Hence, why we build planes to fly like birds with wings and tail and all.
What?
these could
So
be
why do-
reverse
why do-
engineered products under human control, and what do
That would
humans
make
know?
more sense to me than aliens doing it, because they literally turn into orbs, turn into the actual aliens, and then turn back into orbs and merge into one craft, and then take off. What the mother f kind of physics is that, my guys? Tell me how we can how we share the same like freaking technological understand. Like, no, dude. I
don't know the math
This is
yet, but I'm
insane.
sure if somebody were to show me it, you know, a good teacher, they could
I'll
show
tell-
me
I'll
how
tell
it
you
works.
I will tell you exactly what it is. It's not our physics. I don't care what Drunk Physics or anyone else is on this channel. They have their physics. We have our physics. Or maybe we've only got to page 2 on
Yeah.
the 10,000 page book of physics, and they're right up there.
I
and,
think that's
you know,
more likely.
that's likely, but
We're
but I
like-
think that
we
page
are
10
like-
says don't worry about page 1 and 2, because with page 10 you can do all this stuff.
Exactly.
You can't do page 10 if you
Page 1
abide by the laws of page 1 and 2. If you operate
Yeah.
under the laws
Right.
of page 1 and 2.
Page 1 and 2 is to see if you really are a Neanderthal of the universe or not, which we are compared to everyone else. I believe that, you know.
Yeah, I
But,
think we have the capacity to learn.
Of course, but I don't think we have the.
Going back
I mean,
to
think
what
about.
you
Keep
saying-
in mind, the metamaterial is also. So the one thing that makes that makes these claims more, extravagant, specifically saying that they're extraterrestrial craft, they're not from here, is because the metamaterial collected are displaying isotopic properties, isotopic ratios that are not part of our freaking galaxy, guys. Like, they're not even from here. They're intergalactic
Well, no,
metamaterial.
we just haven't
And
figured
who
out
has-
what they're
who has
using to bond
analysed
them.
that?
Well done.
Who has analysed that? What independent
Jacques
witness
Vallée.
or
Jacques
body
Vallée,
has
Jacques
analysed
Vallée,
that?
Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan. And I've had this debate with Rogue Physics, and it was the most ridiculous debate ever, because what was essentially being suggested was that, well, because I don't have the data, I don't care. They're all liars. They're probably lying. That's an insane conclusion to come to. But I understand why somebody like Drunk Physics would come to that. I got to send Whiplash an invite. He wants to join us.
Yeah, I just think it's possible that, yes, we haven't figured it out yet. Like, these are metamaterials that are using bonding properties that we just haven't figured out. But I think that the constants of the universe are absolute, and that we just haven't learned it yet. Like Gary's saying, like, it's on page 10 and we're still on page 2.
Yeah, but keep in mind that the page that you're talking about is okay. So, like, if you're a kung fu master, Bruce Lee, right? You have to learn all the katas, all the forms, so that one day you can forget them, right? If you learn all the forms and you're practicing and you're good at it and you become a really good fighter, and then you get to the mastery and you keep going based off of the forms, you will know you're not a master. You won't operate under a completely different framework of fighting. Well, we're talking about something that's exponentially, the difference is exponential. We're talking about going from a couple 100 miles per hour to several thousand miles per hour instantaneously without sonic boom. That is not operating under the same, like page 1 and 2.
Understanding.
You're taking a whole
understanding of physics.
I get
So
it,
far.
but we're shifting. You think that you have to abide by aerodynamics if you're traveling at those speeds? Like, seriously? They're doing it by themselves, not under in a V formation. They're not traveling at Mach 10 in a V formation. They're doing it by themselves. Like, each individual tic-tac, a freaking tic-tac's doing it.
Well,
Not the same
All
with
right,
They're
Gary's.
well,
going at Mach
well,
Jesus.
So,
Mach
and why do we have to keep saying why all the time? Just accept it. They're much more far.
Well, because
advanced than us, so what?
because it's not a. I mean, you're right, but this isn't a religion, so we can't just accept things like oh, God says it's how it is.
Oh, ye
I'm not
of little faith.
Yeah, I don't want
Oh,
to treat this
ye
like a
of little
religion.
faith.
Listen,
Perfect way for
they
me
were
to go
flying-
into
if
the
they were
rant that
flying
I'd
down
like to go
if they
into.
were flying- If they were flying down towards us, and everyone that was carrying an umbrella, they just shot their ass off the face of the earth. You wouldn't go out wearing an umbrella, would you? Then we'd be talking about why they only target people with umbrellas and blah blah blah. And do you really, is it worth staying dry or shall I get wet in the rain shower? It doesn't matter. That's when you talk about things, when things have happened. But just sitting there going, well, they're traveling at 10,000 miles, and I think that's just a grifter point. If you've got a book out to sell and stuff like that, then yeah, you can imagine and talk about why does this happen? How could they possibly do that? But at the moment, no.
I don't know what you mean by
Let
that.
them down.
I got the perfect way. I gotta bump in on this one. Perfect way to begin this. Like I'm gonna do one time. I've rarely ever done this, but I'm gonna do my rant.
Run it.
All right, here's exactly what I'm going to say in regards to this. Yes, yes, we see aliens do some of the most remarkable things, breaking laws of physics as we know it at this point in time. But how is it that we are going to try to understand the laws of physics when the American, not the American, we'll use the whole world's education system has gone to complete shit. Here's exactly how I'm going to say this in regards to when you've got people of, I'd say 20 years old, 25, or hell, even 40 years old calling hot dogs glizzies and acting like NPCs on it's a hot dog.
A glizzy? Okay.
Yeah, I think, and then running around acting like NPCs on TikTok, and then sounding like they're trying to act like 50 cents in a fucking strip club, acting like, oh yeah,
what the frick? Oh my gosh,
we're this. They're trying to act like they're hard and everything like that, and they're talking about, oh yeah, we're gonna do another revolution, like they're gonna act like 50 Cent in a fucking strip club, throwing fucking dollar bills at the damn.
All right, well, calm down with that F-bomb, my guy. My gosh. Oh, crap.
throwing dollar bills at the table, like in the American Revolution, throwing tea into the bay. Like, if you've heard half the crap that I've heard throughout the past, like just several years alone, our understanding of physics alone will probably be degraded by the time it comes to aliens coming to this Earth, like actually making themselves well known. So, in regards to all that, like we're wondering how they're doing mock Jesus and then doing it diagonally.
Yeah.
But what our main concern shouldn't even be the threat of an alien invasion. It should be the degradation of our own species. I mean, 50, 60 years ago, we're dropping bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II and doing great advancements medically and, militarily, and then also industrially. And then now we've kind of come to a standstill. Why is that? It's probably because people are starting to become dumb. Not us, but I'm just saying people in general.
In general. I mean, we all agree that there's a dumbing down of the civilization. I think that's also a consequence of the system that we live in. But I also think that if there's an overwhelmingly superior force that's directing humanity towards this end, I think that's also equally important, because if they're doing it, I don't even think it's
them. Why would they need to try to direct us towards that direction when we're doing it to ourselves?
Yes, but we're doing it to ourselves because what's being alleged is that we're doing it to ourselves because they're directing. There's allegations of them being within positions of power that they've literally integrated into our society. Like they could be a president, they could be someone in the DOD, they could be somebody in the White House, the Pentagon, they could be someone, a politician. They literally, we're talking about real allegations, not like, oh, some conspiracy theory said somewhere in the internet.
Oh no, I understand in regards to that. I'm talking about.
But if that's true, that means they're affecting the consciousness of human civilization for their.
So aims. They're the ones that are putting. The cell phones in drivers' hands that are causing fatalities on a daily basis.
No, they're creating a paradigm that allows for that kind of thing to perpetuate. That's the point, right? They're making it a thing.
They're creating the temptation to do it.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna throw another wrench into the engine. All right. are we going to consider that that nature is evil when it creates viruses that could potentially be unstoppable, such as like
maybe
the Black
they did
Plague?
it. Maybe let's say they play. And again, this is a massive like hypothetical. What if an alien race was like, "Yo, let's put this in there and then have them fight over it," because it keeps them fragmented, just like was mentioned with Peter Levendo on the Secret Machine series, right? Let's go ahead and throw a little virus in there. It doesn't kill everybody, but it's going to cause some serious chaos, and then they're going to fight over it because of this and that, and let's just let it go and do its thing. And it did. And if they did that, then we've got an advanced race of intelligences that are affecting human civilization for some aim that we don't know, and it's not in our benefit. It doesn't seem to be in our benefit.
Yeah, those are big.
But if they're the ones that are creating the viruses and
viruses have existed, but if it's true, and again, speculation. Let's say that there is someone that a person accidentally released this virus from a lab somewhere. If that happened, what if it was done intentionally by the non-human intelligence in order to cause chaos? Again, these are implications that are completely. These are not true. I don't think this is. I don't know. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Yeah, those are big.
These are the kind of things.
Oh, I completely understand with you on the hypothetical in regards to it and everything like that. But here's the thing in regards to it. I do not think that even if they were a warring species and they wanted to wipe us out, they would not need to do that. They literally could. They're probably literally sitting around our globe, watching, looking in, like, "Hey, Bob, did you see this?
Bob.
Look at what they just came up with."
Yeah, I'm on the third season of Earth. It's fucking crazy this season.
The knockout game.
Yeah.
We are their favorite TV show.
Right.
And this is like, yes, let's say they did throw a little bit of ink into the water, just a little bit. Look at the amount of chaos that has occurred since that little drop of ink. Do they really, like, I understand that a lot of people want to sit there and think that extraterrestrials are out there, are influencing us one way or another.
Well, there is almost no doubt that they have been influencing us one way or another for thousands of years. There's no doubt.
The problem is then that would mean that individuals such as myself and you would not have the free will to make the decisions upon what we do.
Well, free will.
That's
not true, because free will can be manipulated, and that's the point that I'm trying to make in this whole conversation. People have said to me in this very conversation, well, it is free will to be able to choose to suffer, but it's forced to choose to be happy, for it to be influenced to be happy. What in the mother? Like, by the way, I can't edit out the F-bombs, guys. I'm not doing that, so please stop dropping the F-bombs.
They can't really do anything to you about that, because
except restrict my content to kids who might be listening to this and being exposed to ideas that are not, dangerous.
Do you really? Well, this is just my honest opinion.
Like, if you're a 17-year-old kid, I do not want little kids watching my show. But I mean, if there's like a 17-year-old kid in high school,
they're not going to restrict it to a 17-year-old. They're really not going to restrict it and everything like that. They'll restrict it. They do have an algorithm that will prevent, like, based on what they look at. Like, if some 17-year-old's looking at Paw Patrol all day, then yeah, they're not going to be able to see you.
I make sure that it's not, like, this is not made for kids. But at the same time, if we're dropping F-bombs, like, it's like making a movie and it's PG-13 where there's like a couple curse words and then there's an F-bomb once, versus like a rated R movie that's restricted to a greater portion of the population.
I've actually seen a couple of the videos out there on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch where there are like a 16-year-old kid that's dropping F-bombs and B-bombs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they're not going to restrict you in regards to it, because you're really not violating their terms of service and agreement and anything like that.
Yeah, but this isn't the Xbox Live chat.
Which is also, by the way,
that's the dirtiest place on the internet. Maybe 4chan.
It's really bad. It's really bad. Anyway, let's
move on.
I
don't think that the world is getting dumber by any means. I would have to disagree with. I don't.
Dude,
you almost made me curse right now. What the?
I'm sorry to say this, but I do, because I can actually send you a lot of videos.
Let's hear Armenia. What's up? Hit me up, man.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a generation of people on TikTok doing stupid stuff. 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. But just throughout our own history, it hasn't been it hasn't been a number of large people that have made technological advancements in society. It's always been probably under 1% of, we're talking about like huge innovations. And I think around the globe, in terms of that, yeah, maybe society in general might be dumbed down, but I'm saying it's not like we're moving backwards as far as, like, I'm not in any way suggesting that we're gonna degrade our understanding of physics in any kind of way. I definitely don't agree to that, because we are moving forward. The people that are smart are getting smarter. They're doing what they're supposed to be. They're not a part of the TikTok culture. There's plenty of people, there's plenty of kids that are in high honors, my kid included. He's not about the TikTok culture. He wants to learn, and the people that want to learn do learn. I don't think it's just I don't think that by the time that the UFOs get here that we're going to be dumbed down.
I want you to think about what you just said, because my experience doesn't say that this is the case. I don't think it's the case.
Well, I know for a fact that it's not the case.
Who's that scientist that's well known on?
Do I need to bring up the
PBS?
statistics? Do I need to bring up the data on education and at least even just in America? I mean,
That's exactly what I'm
dumber.
saying. I'm not suggesting that. Okay, the
I'm
concept
not even
of
going to
us,
bring up data.
like, you don't have to bring up data. I'm saying yes, as a society in general, we might not be as smart as we are, but that is no way to suggest that our understanding of physics is being dumbed down
I see what you mean.
to where when the UFOs come, that we're not going to know what they're talking about. That doesn't mean.
No, I don't. Okay, so here's what I mean by that. What I mean, there are, if we want to talk about, we can get into this is kind of a more dense conversation, so please bear with me on this, and I'm going to try to make this make sense. There are scientists who have suggested that there isn't a way for us to understand their physics or their technology, because not only is it something that that involves consciousness, which we don't understand at all anyway. It involves something about other dimensions. It's as if we are going to not another world, but an entirely different dimension of existence, and then trying to understand how that dimension works when we can't even understand any more than what we understand about our own existence. How the heck are we supposed to do that? So we understand dark matter makes up what, 98% of our universe, theoretically, and yet we don't even understand the matter that we see. What makes you think we would have any understanding of a civilization that's from another dimension? I just feel like we're not thinking about the real concepts that are being talked about scientifically.
I mean, I don't think it's that hard. I mean, if you look at like movies like The Matrix, plug us in, boom, ooh, I know kung fu.
It
could be as simple as that.
Kids over 100 years ago could barely read and write, and now look at how we can learn. We have the
difference
ability
between reading a book and then understanding your consciousness. I mean, people spend their entire lives meditating in the Himalayan mountains trying to understand consciousness, and they die never doing so. Trying to transcend the karmic consequences of their actions in this life, and they almost never do. Trying to attain nirvana.
Here's exactly what I've got to say on it.
You find the key that unlocks the lock.
Okay. Here's exactly what I got to say on it. In regards to this, like I said, I do believe that it is being dumbed down, and here's the reason why. Because the fact is this, where you got individuals on TikTok who are literally crying out, whether it be for views or what, or they actually believe this. They're sitting there saying that math.
Oh my! Don't do this, because I'll have to fight you on this one, obviously. You can, but I gotta.
I'm not saying what they're saying is true.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not saying what they're saying is true. What I'm saying is this is what I am seeing. I'm not saying that it's true.
Okay. Hit me up. Present this theoretical.
It's not theoretical. It's like there's actual videos out of individuals saying this.
Okay.
They're literally sitting there saying that math is racist and bigoted. And then there's other videos of individuals saying 1 + 1 does not equal 2.
I mean,
But that's about engagement and how many people are clicking and like marketing. Like they make a lot of money.
18.5 million people are engaged on it, and they.
I mean, you watched it. Like, what do you
Yeah,
think? Yeah,
exactly.
you watched it, bro. Like, I get what
You engaged
so
with
what
it because it was so stupid, right?
it was such an insanely stupid idea. You're like,
Right.
what the? You know, that's the point. The point is to get.
That's how they make money.
Yeah.
Well, it was over 200,000 comments on there, and a lot of them agreed with the person.
There are 8 billion people on this planet. I believe that 200,000
Yes,
people.
I know.
Even
It's
if all
just-
200,000 of them agreed
Drop
with
in
it,
the
it'd still
bucket.
be a very small.
The amount, like, this goes back into all the other videos that I was talking about on the last time that I brought up about videos and things like that, about the engagement of negativity and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It just because one video only got 200,000 comments and 18 million likes, because I didn't like it. It came across my For You page and everything like that. The fact is, and I specifically have it where my algorithm finds that kind of stuff because I do look for that kind of stuff because I want to see where everything is at. You know, I specifically look and target specific things. For like 1 week, I'll purposely like X videos of a certain type topic, whether it be political, whether it be like, you know, this, that, or the other, just so that for that week, that's what my algorithm will give me so that I can see what's out there. And when you're seeing different people, 20, 30, 40,000 comments on one video, and then 2, 3 to 18 million likes on a video, and it's like multiple different videos, not of the same person, but multiple different people, you're hoping humanity kind of dims down when things like the knockout game become a prevalent thing that's out there, or now supposedly throwing eggs at cars, or the Tide Pod challenge.
Oh my gosh, don't. Yeah.
It's that's where I start to begin to question the
Well, you're
sanity
talking about
of-
degeneracy. You're talking about real degeneracy, like not like perceived degeneracy, where it's like, oh, you know, believing that black people are equal is degenerate. Believing that gay people shouldn't be deleted
I'm not
from
talking
existence
about.
is
I'm not talking
I'm not talking about.
that,
I
the fake
have to
degeneracy.
be
I'm talking about
responsible.
real.
I have to be responsible. What you're doing is not wrong, but I have a responsibility to make sure that I state that when we mention degeneracy, this is what we're talking about. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
If anybody, this is my thing. If you literally think that degeneracy involves about the color of somebody of skin or their sexuality, you're an idiot.
Yeah, they
Point
are,
blank
but
and simple.
I have
degeneracy
to address that
is
publicly.
well. I'm addressing it as well, and I'm addressing it. And if you want to take my comment out of this is for any viewer, anybody who's on Dr. Doom. I'm calling you.
I'm not
Dr.
always doing.
Dimensions of Realities podcasts and videos. If you want to try to take my things out of context, you have every right to do so. But I'm gonna tell you this, because you will not change my mind in regards to your idiocy on it.
Yeah.
Because the fact is that when I'm speaking about things, I'm speaking about things that are logical. So if you want to take it to use it for your racist or your bigoted ideology.
Thank you for qualifying
Don't-
that. Yeah, I appreciate
yeah,
that. I
don't.
appreciate the added context again, but because people do that, by the way. That's why, like for example, when you guys
Well, they're
brought
going to
up
do it
Nietzsche,
anyway.
When you brought up Nietzsche,
They're going to do it anyway.
The reason why I mentioned about Nietzsche isn't because I mean but there are people who use Nietzsche as a way to perpetuate racist, bigoted, and Nazi propaganda, and it's not about whether or not that's what it is for. It's about what people use it for and how they use it. And I have to
justify their
and I
belief
have to
systems,
be
right?
responsible to say
Right.
that's kind of the general, you know. But anyway, let's get to the point of this. So what I think is important about some of this conversation is the fact that y'all are hypocrites. No, I'm kidding. I just want to break the. So what I mean is this, man. You're telling me, not you, Whiplash. The rest of the chat's telling me, listen, you believe in humanity. We'll be able to understand the scientists. That there's nothing that we can't together overcome and all this other crap that you're talking about right now. But you don't believe in trying for a better civilization because, well, we're human and we have problems. And with those problems, this society will never work. What in the mother freak?
hate to say it, but you're completely wrong again.
You're wrong.
I
You're
mean, that
wrong.
doesn't even- like what you're suggesting is
Wrong.
completely two different things.
Wrong.
Wrong. I have the best words.
I have the best words. Yo, I don't know. I'm messing with you guys, but at the same time, I'm serious because I do find it interesting how a lot of people resist any kind of positive change that's too positive because they're afraid that it's going to turn into a communistic or evil or oh man, it could be used to like I mentioned about for example implementing a media campaign to try to change the consciousness of the public. Like that's control, but we do it today. And you're like, well, you know, it's the only way we got. What? Y'all are gonna make me cancel myself here with all kinds of profanities and stuff. Please, like, what is going on with, like, what's happening? Oh, man, I can't with y'all.
Right.
I can't.
Can we please go back to talking about aliens and go
Yes,
back to a
yes,
concept?
Yes.
Focus
Go
on it.
back to a comment that was
Refocus
made
us,
about
Gary.
2 years ago, Marky.
Thank you.
Refocus
Right,
us.
Gary,
Refocus us, Gary.
Now-
Oki.
Listen,
Set us straight.
right. So you, Marquise, you was invited to take part in a documentary about
Yeah.
the subject you love,
Yeah.
and you
I mean,
took the only stumbling block. The only thing in the way is possibly your family.
Yeah, of course.
Have you discussed this with the unicorn?
I have.
Because she was the one that kicked you up the butt and said, like,
Yeah,
get
I know.
out,
I know.
you
And
know,
and by the
do
way,
this.
she did. Obviously, her recommendation was, you know, we could make it work, but there are some factors that I can't mention publicly that even though I understand, I respect her support. It just she's being too generous here. She's being too generous here.
I know what you're saying about being away for 2 weeks. That is a lot for the first go. But then we're not talking about you doing it for like 2 weeks every month or
No.
twice
Just
a month.
just a one-time thing.
So you're doing a documentary?
No, I was offered. I had to decline.
Why?
Bro, I'll tell you privately.
Okay, well, were they offering to pay you?
Yeah, quite a bit.
If you do not take that opportunity because of your family, I swear to God, I will be on my Harley on my way up there and I'll break my foot off in your ass.
I've heard this
But-
from other people as well.
This is
Yeah.
the thing.
No, this is an
This is the thing,
opportunity that
Marcus.
you better not squander, brother.
Marquise, you're suggesting utopia, but you're not even like. I mean, we're talking about like
Exactly.
something that's.
You gotta do it.
You got to
The-
take the
Because
first step to make
Marcus,
yourself.
Okay,
Something
all right.
you
All right,
love.
screw it. You ready? You guys, we're having another baby. It's a boy. She's due in less than a month. There's no way that I'm going to be able to leave right now. I can't do it. So it's the first time I've mentioned it on live.
Does she know about the offer?
Well,
Yeah, they spoke about
Does
it.
Yeah,
she
she-
know about the offer?
She knows generally about the offer. I mean, not all the details. She is
I would
obviously.
tell her because I guarantee you won't have a head tomorrow if she finds out that
Maybe,
you
yeah. We'll have
turned it
we'll
down.
have another conversation about it.
Exactly.
We'll have another conversation about it. But
You
also,
may regret this for the rest of your life, Marquise.
doubtful.
You're not going to win
You
this.
know,
Anyway,
Imagine-
that's great
imagine
news,
anyone-
and just congratulations on
Congrats.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, congrats though.
Yeah, it's
Well, I
something
want
we
to
kind of
congratulate
kept
you.
private, but I think it's not like it's getting too close. So it's
We love you,
it's my
brother.
first biologically. It's my first boy. I have stepsons. I have 3 stepsons, but it's my first boy. I have all girls. I have 5 girls I have 5 girls, and so it's interesting that I finally got a boy. It's really interesting.
Oh, I'm
It's
tearing
crazy.
up.
It is,
crazy,
but
man.
you also got to look at this. Is
Yeah.
the main thing that I'm gonna tell you in regards to it. I understand that you feel that you need to be there for the birth. I respect it. I wasn't there for my youngest, not Cortana's, but Keegan's birth because
Yo,
of
your
the
son,
COVID.
your son's name is Keegan.
No, my daughter's name is Keegan.
Your daughter, my son. We're naming my son Negan. No
Awesome.
joke. Yeah, no joke. That's interesting. Yeah.
But here's the main thing behind it. I was also not there for the birth of Melody, my oldest. All right. But that was because I was over in Afghanistan.
Hmm.
So understand something. This is the one thing. I mean, you need to lay everything out on the table for the old lady, because what's going to happen is she's going to find out that you were offered a substantial amount of money to do a documentary for 2 weeks. and she's probably going to get mad at you for not taking it, because that's an opportunity. You're trying to build up your Twitch channel and your YouTube channel to make ends meet, and you've been offered a chance to do a documentary to get your name out there, because in the end credits, most likely they're going to talk about, you know, your Twitch channel and all that stuff, who you are and where you are while you're inside of that documentary, and why you came to be on the documentary, which is going to drive whoever watches that documentary to your YouTube channel and to your Twitch channel.
You keep in mind, you guys realize that there are a ton of opportunities that I am offered on a constant basis. I take some, I don't take others because of my situation. And just so you understand, the biggest reason why I didn't mention it is because I didn't want it to influence what people, like if people donate or whatever. You know, I don't want people to feel like, I feel like people would think that I'm using, you know, that as a way to get money from people. And so
people do that all the time.
Yeah, but that's not how.
Marquise, it's fact though, isn't it? Everything you deal with is fact about ufology. You're not a grifter. You're not making up crap to make money. Everything you talk about is fact, and that's why we all love it. That's why we're all here. So
yeah,
I
want you guys to know something. I want you to know something else. The reason why the unicorn is so behind me is because of how she sees the impact that I've had on all of you. She's reading the chat. She reads the chat. She watches the show. The reason she literally, I tried to quit. You know how many times I tried to quit? I tried to quit the other day, guys. I tried to quit because I was like, I'm gonna get a job. I just gotta get a job. It's not gonna work, you know. And I love it, but we gotta get some income here. And she told me no. Look at the impact that I've had on the community that I've built and the people that I've talked to. She's the reason why I'm still here.
Well, when's your funeral? No, I'm dead serious. When's your funeral?
I tried to quit. Yeah, she was like, no.
When you tell her about this documentary, I just need to know when the eulogy and the funeral is, because I'll be there.
Well, I'll talk to her. We'll see what happens. And then I'll give you guys an update next week. I'm not gonna give it to you this weekend. There's a lot of things going on. So I want to give her you know, she's got a wedding. By the way, she's like 8 months pregnant doing weddings. She's a wedding planner. So she's still out there doing those things.
Hold on. That should tell you exactly what she's about to tell you. She's 8 months prego.
She's carrying on.
She's 8 months prego, still planning weddings, and you tell her about this opportunity. I'll see you.
Think about that. She may have to,
up with a good
depending on the timing
for your funeral.
Well, depending on the timing, she may have to miss a wedding, and even though it is more lucrative to be, and of course it's more beneficial in general to do the documentary. For her, she spent years building this business. It would not be conducive for her. It would hurt her business to take away from her. There's a lot of reasons why I can't do this, guy. I mean, it's her business that I'm looking out for. I'm still building what I'm trying to do here.
You're just making it, Marquis.
I know.
Ex-military man. You're just making excuses. Do it. Get out there. Do it.
You know what, Marquis? Let me tell you.
Here's exactly what
this isn't about me. This isn't about me. This is about aliens.
Either way, I think you're doing what you think is right, and I'm
trying.
You know, I'm behind you.
Yeah, I'll talk to her. I will talk to her. Thank you for that, the Armenian. And by the way, thank you everybody for being. Honestly, this is one of them. Again, there are wholesome moments in this show, and this is one of the most. I'm gonna remember this forever. But I just want to say, I appreciate it. I have to do what I believe personally is best. I will talk to her in full, and give her a better understanding of what's supposed to be here, but I just
all right, let's get serious for a moment. All right, let's get serious for a moment.
Take her hand, take her by the hand and say, honey, Gary Oki from the UK says I've got to tell you the fine details, everything.
All right,
seriously, she'll come on, give it a couple of months and she'll come online and thank me.
All right.
And say, Gary, you're a blessing. I'll go, yeah, I'm a British blessing.
Gary Oki, the blessing. And we'll talk. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'll use your method.
All right, let's get serious for a moment.
Because you know we're going to give you nothing but shit if you say you're not doing it.
I know. I'd be gone here too, by the way. I wouldn't be here for 2 weeks, by the way. You know that, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't.
So Bryson can run the show.
Bryson, you
can run
it.
All
right, I'll give you the license. Go ahead, man. Do your thing. See how that. That'd be fun.
We'll talk about electronics for 2 weeks.
All right, so let's get serious for a moment, Marquis.
What's up, man? Hit me up.
How long have I known you, man?
Oh my gosh. I don't know how many
A
years,
long
man.
time.
It's been
A long
many
time.
years. Like 10 years? I don't know.
And every time I've ever talked to you about stuff, years later, you're like, "Wait, you're right."
Okay.
You just told me
But we
that
can't talk
the other
about
day.
those things, though. We can't,
No, we can't talk. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about
Yeah,
those
yeah.
things. I'm just saying some of the things that I've brought up to you.
Yeah.
You told me
Yeah.
like, dude, you were right. Have I ever steered you wrong?
Okay.
Marquise, was you a cook in the army?
No,
No.
Was you a cook or a driver?
No, I was 11 Bravo.
so was I.
Oh, right. What's that? Front line?
That's
11
an
bang
infantryman.
bang. Infantry.
Infantryman, yeah.
Exactly.
Airborne.
Infantry. Be infantry now. Get out there and do it.
Now,
Grab them by the balls
Well,
and say, right, I'm here.
Grab him by
back to the seriousness in regards to it.
Yeah, let's.
Here's the main thing behind it. You need to discuss this with her because I guarantee you she's going to tell you that you need to take it because it's an opportunity. She's telling you not to quit for this. And this is an even bigger opportunity to be on a documentary that's forever. Because these, your Twitch and YouTube, well, YouTube stays on for a while, but Twitch, after a while, they'll disappear.
Yeah, you
But
know.
this is an opportunity for you to actually continue forward. Not going on. You're not going on to Survivor. You're not going on to Last Man Standing.
Thank you.
You're going on to a documentary talking about the
What you love.
UFO phenomenon. Like you're going on and talking about different things, and it's an opportunity for you to progress your.
So Ravens Creek
show.
just mentioned something in the chat that I haven't even considered, and I will consider this and only this to negotiate with the documentary to see if I can do it at a distance. I mean, I don't know why I have to be there to do this. I didn't even ask
can.
why.
Just definitely discuss with them in regards to it. But if it's unable to do it, then you're going to have to go there, because I mean, do not squander an opportunity for you to be able to progress yourself, and do not feel like you're selling out because of the fact that you're going on to a documentary being offered. I'm not saying that's what you're being offered, but
Let's just put it
millions
this
of
way:
freaking dollars.
I could leave the GoFundMe for quite a few months if I did this documentary. But again,
You get the opportunity.
Your family on after.
But you get the opportunity to do something that you love. See, I honestly think, dude, when you tell your old lady, man, I'm going to be attending a funeral, because I'm telling you, man, it's an opportunity that you're going to squander away. And I know she would feel the same way, because the fact is that if she's telling you not to quit what you're doing now,
she's the reason why I'm doing any of this. Literally, she is the cause of all of the. Since the beginning of my podcasting days, where I was just behind the mic, she is the reason why I did any of it.
Here lies Marquise. He was a great man, but he forgot to tell his wife.
Wow.
He forgot to tell his wife about an opportunity that he squandered away, and so she murdered him in the kitchen because of the fact that she got so mad.
Dang. All right, let's
just put it like this, Marquise. All the money she's not making, while she's like giving birth, whatever, you're going to be making it for her and more.
Yeah, I mean, you're making very valid. This is a lot. Let me give me a moment here, because first of all, I was already enamored by the offer. I was like, wait, what? Me? What the? Why? Why did you
exactly? You haven't answered an advert. They've tracked you down and they've asked you.
Yeah, they heard me on somebody's podcast and they hit me up.
It's because of the way you sound on live. It's because of the fact that you have the ability to articulate your positions on things, 100%. And you're able to be coherent about it, and it doesn't sound like, oh, this is so sway, or this is glizzy. You're actually articulating using words that are understandable. Like you're not using euphemisms. You're not using slang.
I mean, I do in personal life.
So you're gonna bring an outside perspective.
The other parties as well. You could get further voiceover work from this. They may say, "All right, we've got a series coming up. It's not UFOs, but would you do a bit of voiceover work?" You never know.
I don't know. I mean, it's all of these things are possible. It's just about what is feasible for me and my family. And again, sometimes I tend to make decisions based off what I think is right, but it usually turns out that other people are right anyway.
Well, sometimes you need an outside perspective. You need somebody else to talk you through it, and you know that's what this is what we are here for. I mean, we're your friends, brother. Like,
I know.
We love you. Like, you know, we're not just, you know, here to argue about aliens. If you want to, we can.
Heck
but
yeah, all day.
You know, but yeah, you've got way more passion for it than I do. I get tired after 4 hours.
Izzy, that little boy's not even born yet, and in 15 years' time, he's going to turn around and punch you and go, Dad, you did what?
You didn't
Do you know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you guys one question before we move on, because you guys got to do this on another. Yeah. Let me ask you another question. What makes you think that? Wait, well, hold on. What makes you think I won't have other opportunities? Because my perspective is that I will. I guarantee you I will. Because
what happens if you don't?
That I would be flabbergasted. I'd be like, what kind of quantum
there
physical
are times where
probability is
there's
this?
times when people get offered an opportunity
and they
never get they never get another one again.
Exactly. Look at all the people you admire. They all started somewhere.
I got the opportunity to fight in Bellator.
Yes,
when I was doing mixed. Remember when I was showing you about me fighting and all that stuff? Yep. I got the opportunity to fight in Bellator. But because I was told by my doctor that if I had hyperextended my knee or dislocated my shoulder again, I would never be able to fight again. So I literally stopped. 2 years later, I go and fight inside of a Naga tournament, and I win my Naga tournament.
Is that the picture that's on Facebook? That was on your FB?
One of them. The Naga tournament.
Yeah. That was cool.
Yeah, Nagas. I've actually my son has actually competed in a couple of the Nagas. Those were really good jiu-jitsu.
I'll never get another opportunity to jump into Bellator or F1 fighting championship again because of the fact that I squandered it. I was told, this is what I was told by my manager, that had I taken the Bellator, I would have done about 5 fights in Bellator, and then I would have been, once the UFC had absorbed it, I would have been on an undercard for the UFC. Like, I was being looked at for the UFC.
Yeah, but you
I
guys
would have been one of the most...
If you know what he looks like, I don't know if you've ever shown yourself before, but you're like perfect height, perfect build for a fighter too, like literally perfect build for a fighter. Especially so, like if you,
I was one in my weight class. I was one of the best, and that's because I've been training my whole life.
By the way, I grew up on martial arts and gymnastics because my dad was a martial arts and gymnast. I am as much as I joke about being easy to kidnap, it's highly unlikely that somebody's going to be able to do any of that to me. Highly unlikely. I don't talk
people can though. I mean, like when it comes to when we're talking about things like multiple people assaulting, like 3 or 4 trained people assaulting one person, to get what they want. I don't care how much training you have.
Oh no, wait, man, you're gonna. I can't fight 5 people at once. What the heck? That's insane. Right. I can try. You know, exactly. I'm not gonna. But we're talking about like the joke that I always say is if the aliens come for me, I'm easy. Or if I go to like these conventions or whatever, and maybe there's a crazy chick or whatever, I'm easy to kidnap. They just put me in their pocketbook and I'm done for. It's a joke because I'm a small dude, but like ain't nobody gonna be able to. There's no way they would need 5 people to kidnap.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight.
No way, dude. Yeah, it's legit. I mean, I joke about it, but because at this age, I can't beat up everybody. I recognize that a long time ago, especially because I'm a little dude. But it's very difficult for the average person to do so. Let's put it that way. It's very difficult. Let's put it that way. You know, and I think
in 2012, 2011, 2012, I had the opportunity to. I'm near Garden City over here in New York, so I don't know if anybody that's in MMA. You guys probably know Ray Longo. He trained.
Say the name again.
Ray Longo.
Yeah, my coach actually, I believe he fought him in one of the big venues over in Massachusetts.
Ray Longo is actually he's the coach that trains like he doesn't fight. He is.
If he's a coach, he fought a while back.
No, he didn't.
He's never fought.
No, Ray Longo is the person that actually trained Matt Serra during the GSP days.
Hmm.
So Ray Longo has a background in JKD and fighting concepts, things like that, but he's never fought professionally. He trained.
Well, the name does sound familiar because my coach Gabriel Santos up in for Gladiator up in Springfield, Massachusetts, said that he the name sounds familiar because he fought some.
Real quick,
He's
let me say something real quick. I don't know if you guys can see. Can you guys see this? My
I'm not looking at anything.
Can you guys see this on camera right now? I don't know if let me see if because it's like there's like a couple second delay on my side. Let me see if it shows up. My oh, you can't see it. You can kind of see the no. My daughter made this like really cool origami like letter where she folded it into. It's such a it says pull here, and it's got all these hearts and flowers on it. She's sick. Well, she's not sick. Her mother was sick and has COVID, and she wanted me to get her because she was afraid she'd get COVID. So I went and got her, while her sister chose to stay because she has sports and is willing to expose herself to these things just to have fun with her friends. It's a total mess. But either way, she's in quarantine right now, and she just handed me this really cool, cute little letter. I just wanted to tell you guys, wholesome moment on top of wholesome moment on this show today. Freaking awesome. I'm going to rip this thing, though. I'm going to break it. Oh, my gosh. So anyway, fighting, beating people up.
We're here to talk with you, man.
Yeah, so
But
it's interesting. I've had like a chance to meet some really, really cool people, including, Chris Weidman. He just fought. Unfortunately, he lost.
Chris who?
Weidman.
There's one name. No, I don't know him. I know Chris Lytle. I've met him and Rico Rodriguez, and I've met a few others.
Chris Weidman is the guy that beat Anderson Silva, broke his leg.
What's his TikTok? Could always be. I'll have to check that out after the show. I'm gonna post in Discord what she made me, so you can see what I'm talking about. And
Aljamain Sterling, Merab Dvalishvili, he's in the UFC as well right now. And my little nephew fought in Bellator. Dylan Dennis. I put pictures up over there as well in Discord. You know who he is. He's fighting Logan Paul October 14th.
Yeah, that's you showed me. By the way, the Armenian is a freaking tank, bro. What the freak?
I'm old now, but yeah, I've trained with Longo as well. Boxing.
Yeah, you're a tank. Yeah, I saw it. I was like, what the frick? What is going on with this guy? What are you doing having all these intellectual
I've always loved it. Like I started out actually in early 90s starting on their Wing Chun because I was like such a big Bruce Lee fan.
Yep, same.
And then I moved on to MMA.
Yeah, I don't have any videos anymore because I have but I have a lot of videos of me practicing martial arts when I was in my mid 20s, and I was a personal trainer and stuff like that. And I didn't even show you guys what I look like. Oh my gosh, you won't even believe it if you see. Some people were like, that doesn't even look natural. I never took steroids or anything like that. I'm a small guy, so if you see it, you can tell I didn't take steroids because I don't have those boulder shoulders, and I can't even eat enough to get big, especially in my size. But I was freaking jacked, man. I'll post them in Discord.
You don't really need to be jacked or big or anything like that to be a fighter or anything like that, because the fact is that the smaller you are, the more underestimated you are.
Yeah, that's true. That's for sure. I've always been. It's kind of a. I mean, people have kind of taken me seriously my whole life because I used to project myself. I was a fitness trainer, so they saw that I had the body of somebody who trained. But so it was more rare. But I also think that when people didn't see me, like when I was wearing a shirt, or because if you can't see me with my shirt on, you can't tell I'm fit at all. They wouldn't even. I'm not a threat, so like I was never targeted because I wasn't a threat. I wasn't perceived as a threat.
The wild card.
Like with my height, I always got underestimated because 90% of every single fight that I did, every single one of them went to the ground because of how tall I am.
I mean, same here, but I just never fought some of the best fighters that I know. There were some people that I would never have fought because there's no way. Like I feel like if I punched them, no matter how many times, they just eat it. They might even just stand there and look at me
I
like
really wasn't worried about any of that stuff. Every person that I ever fought, the reason why it went down to the ground is because they were a hell of a lot shorter than I am. Like I'm 6'2", fighting in anywhere between 135 and 145 because that's where my weight sits at. I would drop weight from 155 down to 145 and 135, mostly water weight, and depending on where I was standing, where my walk around weight was at that time for that fight. But not every single time I fought one guy where we stood up, and that was because he was literally the same height as I was. Everybody else, they were way shorter than me, and they would not stay within arm's reach. If they got in within arm's reach, they went for takedowns.
Yeah.
Because they knew the power that I could do from being as tall as I was. So it eliminated the power, and I had to get good with my ground game.
I just dropped in Discord. Ray Longo, me. This is
that's cool. That was cool, man. Yeah, you're freaking. You're literally a tank, dude. I can't tell on camera, but you know.
Oh no, I'm way past my prime. I'm way past my prime.
Well, I mean, we're all. I don't know how with you guys. I'm only 35, and I'm still.
I'm
past
37.
prime. Yeah, I feel like I'm just not even interested in prime anymore. I just want to like be okay.
I'm 50 years old. I'm 50, bro.
Yeah, so you're just like you're probably.
Yeah. I'm like my idea of exercise right now is like going on the treadmill, hitting some weights, and like moving around a little bit. That's like I can't. Yeah.
My idea of exercise is going up and down the stairs. That's pretty much.
That's good exercise, man.
Walking the baby around the block a couple of times in a wagon. Like that's my exercise right there.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah. No, I feel like yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Chasing her around the house because she's trying to eat everything or take everything off the freaking refrigerator door, or there's arguing, so we got to go upstairs, and there's arguing downstairs, and there's fighting here, and oh my gosh, what is happening? Why is there so much chaos? Yeah, that's my idea of exercise. Trying not to have a heart attack. Trying to survive a heart attack by walking in circles until the pain goes away. Like, that's my idea of exercise. You think I'm kidding? I'm serious.
No, I no, trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Looks useful.
I have my kids. They're not even old enough to fight each other. They're just toddlers, and they're fighting each other already.
Yeah. Well, it's just like a lot of like it's. We have derailed the crap out of this conversation into all. I mean, we've diverted into all kind of things. What were we even talking about? Alien battles in space.
Yes.
Okay, let's get back. Sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I first of all, I like that we have these moments. I do. Let's not stop these. Let's just refocus whenever it gets a little bit lengthy. This is great.
Well, then don't turn down things that could potentially make your life better.
We'll talk about that too. And
that's what it comes down to,
yeah,
right?
We'll talk about that in time. So, UFOs in space, battles, the gods. Did you guys watch the latest Y-Files?
Right now. I'm looking for it.
Has anybody watched the latest Y-Files?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's so interesting.
What's the name of the show?
It is my favorite. You've never heard of the Y-Files?
The Y-Files?
Oh my gosh, I have just introduced you
look into this.
to one of them. Bro,
I kind of like stopped looking at the internet for the moment because of the stupidity of.
Listen. I'm gonna risk getting in trouble by watching that. Do you guys want to see it? Do you want to spend? No, I shouldn't. Just watch the latest episode of the Y-Files and then go back and watch all the other ones, and prepare to be edutained. It is
this
so.
The WHY files?
Yeah, like WHY files. It's okay. Red. You guys never heard me joke about hecklefish? Hecklefish. You never heard me joke?
Make a lot of.
No.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm gonna take a look at it for sure.
Oh, he does a great. He is probably one of the best, and he aligns with a lot of ideologies that you guys kind of espouse here. A lot of them. I think you would like him ideologically, and I think you would
last
really.
Night he just did a show on Atlantis and Lemuria.
It was awesome, dude. Yo,
it was.
I was so
wasn't it?
Yeah, that was so good, man. I didn't even know about Lemuria. I was like, what is that? I am on
It's
a bunny
another
trail with
lost
this one.
continent.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who
Can you tell
knows?
us about that? Do you know anything about? Because my first exposure was last night. There was allegedly a war between those two civilizations back in the day, and
Oh
oh
well,
my gosh.
that's so hard to get into. It's a lost continent supposedly in the Pacific, I believe, and who knows? We had the ice age in which there was a lot less water, and there's clearly underwater structures in several places from Japan
Yeah.
to the Caribbean, anywhere that we can't see it.
Yeah.
We can make the postulation that a lot of these islands weren't just islands at one point; they were just the mountainous places of these civilizations or lost land masses. But no, I can't talk on it well.
Well,
I mean,
let me
I've
try to give my very, again, surface level, uninformed take on just the video that I watched. It is amazing. It alleges that there's a civilization of people on as you said, a lost continent. The civilization is called Lemuria, and they existed around the same time as the Atlanteans, or the civilization of Atlantis. The Atlantis had a lot of advanced technology, and so did Lemuria, but Atlantis had weaponry and Lemuria didn't. Atlantis wanted to implement a rule over the population on Earth, the general population by force, whereas Lemurians wanted to give people on this planet a choice on how they lived. And so there was a conflict between the two of them, and that conflict was imbalanced because Atlanteans had weapon systems and they had technology to destroy, whereas the Lemurians did not have the destructive capabilities that Atlantis did. So that conflict was obviously going to go into one favor, but unfortunately, through nuclear weaponry or whatever they use, they altered the magnetic sphere, the Earth's magnetic pole shifted, and so caused all these global cataclysms, and it destroyed all civilization, and that's essentially how most of them were destroyed. Some Lemurians survived and lived underground with advanced technology where they could live forever or live for long periods of time. They could heal the body and the soul through these really cool crystal-like chambers. I mean, it was just a beautiful idea. They had this resonance technology that when you entered into the cave that housed their civilization, you would feel this internal resonation that would make you, you could tell there's some kind of a technology that would heal you and make you feel, whatever. It's just an amazing concept. Somebody at some point in our late civilization discovered a cave that he alleged housed this civilization, and he could hear the sounds of them. There was a mountain that had people claim they'd seen these white hooded figures, which are apparently allegedly the Lemurians. That's how they lived. That's how they were. And
White hooded figures.
White hooded figures. By this mountain, and so and you're gonna. This is all part of the video. You got to see the video. It's very well put together. Anyway, so this one person finds this cave. He hears the voices. He hears about the figures, and so he hears the voices in the cave, and he claims there's a civilization there. So he studies all the different artifacts that he finds there, weaponry and things like that. And he says he locks it up. He closes the cave up, and then he employs a bunch of people to try to go with him to investigate this cave and study the civilization and find the Lemurians. But when he gathers all these people up together to do this, he ends up going missing whenever they're about to investigate, and they've never found him. This is the lore behind
Where
that
is this, Marquise?
I don't remember.
Where is this?
I don't remember. You got to watch it. I don't remember. Again, I'm just telling you the very surface level. Like after watching a 30-minute, very good video on it. I only watched it once. I watched it late at nighttime, and I was so taken aback by it. It was so good. It was so good.
Have you ever heard of a cave like that in the former Yugoslavia, which is now Bosnia?
No, I have not.
I was over there when I was in the Air Force in '93. I was there at Sarajevo Airport, and I wanted to go and find it, but I didn't have enough time. But apparently, there's this cave. It was discovered in World War II, and I think that the Nazis tried to take control of it or something like that. But apparently, inside there was a ship or something like that.
Okay, I've heard about this. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think even to this day, there's like been explorers trying to get out there, trying to find this cave, but all the locals and like the descendants of the locals and survivors, etc., from World War II, they've totally like defended the cave and put off all the outsiders coming to find it to see it. But apparently, it's still there.
Well, Jim Goodall talks about going to a place in Peru, I think Peru or Brazil or whatever, where there's a cave that was.
Didn't he say Belize?
I don't remember where it's at. I mean, we have to. I'll have him back on again on the show.
Belize used to be a British territory. We used to have like Army and Air Force bases over there, and so I remember him saying they all talk British in English in Belize.
Yeah.
So it's definitely Central America, isn't it?
Yeah, It is Central America. Yeah. I just don't remember exactly.
Now listen, I don't want to go back on myself, but look at that man, Jim Goodall. Look at all the things, all the opportunities he's had and he's taken.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Jim Goodall does not have 11 family households.
You could be the old. You could be sat there in 20, 30 years time, dreadlocks down your ass, talking about all the adventures you've had.
It's possible.
You know?
It's possible. Yeah, well, I'll shelve that. I'll shelve that for the conversation with the unicorn.
I need medical assistance.
All details, remember? Tell her everything.
Yeah.
Every detail. Let her start planning that trip to Disney World with the whole family when you come back.
I don't think it's safe to go to Disney World after. Or is it Disneyland? I don't know. Disneyland or.
You're talking about the one in Florida or California?
Which one's? I think Disney World is California, Disneyland is Florida, right? Or is it the opposite?
No, Disney World is Disney World is Florida. Disneyland is California.
Yeah. So it would be Disney World that I would not risk going to. No way.
Because
would you potentially have enough money to take all the family on a vacation to one of them places?
I'd have enough money to take. I'd have enough money to take them on a cruise to the Bahamas for a week. I'm not doing. But again,
bring them over here. Bring them to London.
bring them
over here.
Bring them to London. It might be better than. Yeah, I might not leave.
Harry Potter experience.
Harry Potter. I might not leave.
Trust me, they got
Harry
all that
Potter.
shit.
What's UK known for?
I don't like
Harry
Potter at all, but do you know them bit like the big dining hall where they all sit?
Yeah.
They got all that stuff built over here.
It's kind of cool, by the way.
Castles and I don't even know what they're called, but it's like a Disneyland, Disney World kind of attraction, but it's all Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
And the kids and the tourists love it.
That's awesome.
All right.
It's freaking fantastic. It's so cool when you throw that
Northern
accent.
Ireland. You could go over to Northern Ireland and see all the Game of Thrones stuff.
Oh, that would be awesome. I mean, Game of Thrones is
you could
one
go to
of the best
Rendlesham
TV
Forest.
series.
Yeah, Game of Thrones was fantastic.
Yeah.
That was
an awesome show.
But that's like
yeah.
this. Here we go. This is getting back onto UFOs. That's like a different dimension, isn't it? Game of Thrones. When you think about it.
What do you mean?
Well, it's not history. You couldn't imagine that all happening hundreds and thousands of years ago on this planet.
No.
But maybe in a different dimension.
Okay, we could conceive of that.
I don't think it would be that different, you know. I don't think it would be that different from what
that was the mountain the Lemurians that we're at. That's in California.
Thank you. I didn't
know. And Game of Thrones, actually, the map of Game of Thrones is supposed to be an inverted map of the UK if you actually look at it.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting.
Anyway, I was just doing laundry. Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's cool, brother. I'm glad you jumped in. So was everybody in the chat. By the way, everybody appreciates that when you guys jump in one by one, it just keeps the chat a little more and more lively. So it's fantastic when we have more people.
Of course they don't like because it stops you talking for 2 seconds and you know they get a little bit.
Wow.
They can hear us how they dulcet tones.
I like to talk.
The Bosnia pyramids, which I think Gary was talking about. That's
the what?
The
Bosnian caves and pyramids. I think that's what you were talking about when I was listening.
Yeah.
Was that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's
they
in the
call
area
it Bosnia now, but I think it was Yugoslavia previously, wasn't it?
Well, it stopped in 1991, but that's history. Forget that. It was Bosnia when you were there.
It was
Visoko,
Bosnia Herzegovina, something like that. I don't know.
Herzegovina.
I gotta use the restroom.
Yeah,
I'll
something
be right
like
back.
that.
Be right back.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I was just hearing you guys talk, and I wanted to chime in, but I had to, throw some stuff in the. Forget it though. But yeah, they were talking about Mount Shasta, which has a lot of interesting things happen at Mount Shasta. This supposed cave where the Lemurians were at. But I have a friend from there, and she said there's people go
Where is
missing.
it, Mount Shasta?
It's in Northern California. It's a part of the.
It's in
I
the
believe-
States then. Definitely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it's going to be on our west coast, on the Pacific side, and I want to say it is. What was I going to say? That a lot of people go missing there. A lot of interesting things happen in the Mount Shasta area. So I don't know how much more to contribute than that. It's because Cascade Mountain region, not the Sierra Nevadas.
I've heard that name for years now, Mount Shasta. About this, there's a lot of activity going on there in the area.
Yeah, there's a lot of legends from the Native Americans that were there.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page now. The lore of the Klamath tribes there, that spirits inhabited the mountain. But there's just so many things relating to that subject that you could do a whole show on Mount Shasta.
Yep. I've heard similar things about it being like the energy over there just being very different. A lot of like weird things happening in that region. I've heard the same thing. I used to live in Monterey, California, which is very central California on the West Coast, and we had a place called Big Sur over there, and very similar kind of energy. I mean, absolutely beautiful nature, but very similar kind of weird things happened in that area as well.
Now, whether or not there's UFOs connected to that's always the what if maybes. But I would believe it, according to at least.
But this is UFOs or orbs. Some people consider them the same, don't they?
Did you say dwarfs?
Orbs.
Orbs. Excuse me.
Yeah, when it comes to the phenomena, they say that there's physical manifestations and then there's the orb manifestation, but it's pretty much all part of the same phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's all connected in a mysterious way.
Apparently, there's a place like that in Peru as well, a mountain. I don't know the name of it, but are you guys aware of our British UFO pod? Like, you've got that UFO podcast. Have you ever heard of it?
I've watched that, yes. I mean, I've listened to it on Spotify, I mean.
I know they, like Dan Zetstrom from there, him and a couple of other guys actually went down to Peru because there was so much activity and all the religious locals took it for granted. And these guys, crowdfunding, got the money, flew all the way down to Peru just to see these like orbs and lights that were flying around the mountain nightly,
First of all, that UFO podcast, if you guys are not watching that, you need to be, because it is one of the most intelligently put together podcasts that I've ever seen. It is fantastic. That guy is like, I mean, I aspire to have the level of communication that guy has. Yeah, he is. Oh my gosh, dude. He's very smart. He's very good at communicating clearly, and he's very intelligent.
Do you know why?
I respect him a lot.
You know why? Because he's an experiencer. He actually had a sighting himself, and that's what started him all off. And just like you, this is what started him all off on it. And he does the whole thing from a shed in his back garden as well.
Wow.
So,
yeah, he's a really cool, really good presenter, and I guess YouTuber, now content creator. He's very good.
Yeah, I agree. I discovered his thing because Jeremy Corbell was on his podcast a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, you need to go back and look at some of his other. You need to go back and look at some of his other. He's got.
Yeah, they have quite a few famous people on there, like your boy Lou's been on there, Marquise. And, Even Gary Nolan's been on there, so it is good.
Yeah, I mean, I keep it. I respect Elizondo for what he did. It doesn't mean that I think that Elizondo is a god or a demigod. I respect what he did. I think he did what he thought was best for
You,
people.
you've changed your tune.
What's that?
You've changed your tune. A couple of months ago, you was like,
He's an
you weren't
American.
clapping his
No,
cheeks, but,
he's
you
an
know.
he's an American hero. I still believe that. What I'm saying is that people are like, oh well, one time he farted in a public building, and they're like, okay, well, so he's human. But like that's what I mean. I mean, I don't think he's perfect. I just think that he is what, if you will, he's a hero. To the UFO community, he should be a hero. Instead, they've demonized him because he didn't give them the type of disclosure they wanted, which was that the aliens are all here to help us, and there is no other way. They are gods. They are the saviors of the universe. He doesn't have a religious perspective. He has a very intelligent, informed, and knowledgeable perspective about the phenomenon.
Professionally trained.
Well, what would you want it
But
from? Would you want it from a
random?
random dude that doesn't understand how to analyze data, or do you want it from somebody whose job it is to analyze these things? Right? I mean, you would want it from.
I'd rather get it from somebody that talks like me and you, rather than somebody you have looking in the encyclopedia.
That's respectable, but
to
keep in
work
mind,
out every sentence he says.
I respect that, but keep in mind, I get my information from guys like him, and then I convey that information to guys like you. So it's filtered down, but yes, it's the same. We're on the same page here. We're all fighting for the same thing. It's just that we are.
I think this. Go on.
You're getting an iteration of the same information from anybody. Anybody, no matter who it is. It's just a different iteration of that information at some point along the iterative process. People will say, oh, it's this, it's that, it's that. He hasn't said it's not anything. He's saying that this is the data that we have. This is why people think it's the way that it is. This is what's being presented by. This is what's being presented by,
He's not saying anything definite. He's not saying it's this or that. He's
just enough surface level.
Ideas. He's teasing us with things, and then as soon as people start saying like, well, yeah, it could be this, it could be that, he's like nudging them towards whatever narrative he wants to get into the UFO community.
Well, I mean,
but he's not profiting.
No, he's not at all. Imagine
that's my big thing.
At one point in his after he left the DoD, he literally like lived in a trailer or a van or something. Him and his wife lived in a very, very not conducive to like happy lifestyle type of living, according to most people. But he didn't.
One of the greatest things that
he's made millions of dollars.
What?
Trust me.
Doing what?
One of the greatest things that I heard Elizondo say, I think, and it was on that UFO podcast when he was doing his interview. This makes me think along the lines of what Marquise has been saying a lot of times, because he does do a little foreshadowing, Elizondo, with what he said. And the interview was about, how are you making money, and like, why didn't you have a GoFundMe set up for you? And he goes, look, brother, I don't need any of that kind of thing done to me. He goes, if you want to do something for me, do this. Spend a little extra time with your family.
You remember that, huh? Yeah.
Sit down with them.
Love you. Yeah.
Have a good meal. Have a great meal. And
do you know why he said that?
And that was very foreshadowing. And this is why I respect your point of view, Marquise, because I think if he feels as though there is something malevolent going on there, he doesn't care about money at that point. He wants the best for humanity. He wants the same opportunity that he would have with his family. He wants for everybody else.
Yeah.
And that was a sobering moment when I listened to that. And I definitely take his point of view into account, and yours all the time, by the way. Just because I disagree, here and there, or give my point of view, it doesn't mean that I'm objectively against your theories and your ideas at all. But what he said was very, very sobering and very real, and it hit me it hit me strong. It hit me hard. So I just want to mention that.
I appreciate you mentioning that. I've mentioned it before, but I think that it's important to reiterate that. Elizondo has made it very clear what his intentions are, and again, that is honestly the most beautiful thing. That to bring that up, that's the most beautiful thing he's ever done, in my opinion. is to offer that as a way to help all of us. It's about focusing on the things that matter, the people that matter in your life, because ultimately, that's all you've got, to really, that's all you should be, and all you have to focus on is those moments. Because when we die, we don't get to take any of the stuff that we have in this life with us. And if this phenomena is as concerning as what we people like myself understand it to be, then, like I said, I can advocate for all these different things. I'm only doing that for the sake of consciousness and intellectual conversations, but really, I don't see hope for any. I think we're screwed. I genuinely think we're screwed, and I think that when we have people who are religiously believing that the phenomena is all here to help us, my concern is that they're going to be the reason why we're ultimately even more screwed. They're going to be the ones
we
that
already are screwed.
Oh, of course, but I mean, it would be worth,
Like,
in the
reason why
Bible. I want to say something real quick. I sent something to Peanut yesterday on Instagram, and it was, the greatest misconceptions about the devil and is that the devil rules hell. Well, that's not.
Let's not talk God, please. No religion.
Why does it break your brain whenever the mention of it? I don't understand that.
I mean, it is Marquise's show.
No, but I also.
We need to talk about UFOs.
Yeah, because if aliens, I contend
Who's
that
to say that the aliens aren't God?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm contending that these beings are everything from angels and demons to gods. I've contended that from the beginning of that's kind of what I postulated from the beginning, my guy. What I'm saying is that if there is a being that is working the strings of humanity behind the scenes under the radar of our physical realm, we got a problem here, right? And I do think there's good out there. But if the bad is being accepted... Huh?
I think his name's probably Lou Elizondo. If
oh my
anyone's
gosh.
behind the scenes,
dang, bro,
pulling the ropes, and
I mean,
what better way to?
What better way to do it than Mick West would be the best way. The greatest trick the devil.
No, Mick West is just a wanker. They all are. All
He's
of
a
these
wanker.
people that just want to disprove everything.
Yeah, he's wanking the world right now.
They are.
I mean, I feel like though, like we like, for example, when I mentioned that, it's like nails on a chalkboard to some people, specifically Garioki and the Armenian sometimes. When I mentioned the negative effects of the phenomena, you guys are like, well, we shouldn't look at that negative. That's my concern. It's like we got a population of people that are like, no, we just don't understand. If there is a phenomena that is manipulating humanity for its own purpose, and it's doing these things, you're the reason why it will succeed. Because you're literally advocating for the assault of human beings for some other intelligence's purposes as if it's benign because we don't understand it. That is how you begin the takeover of any... I mean, again, I mentioned the mist as an example. There's this crazy religious lady. She's like, you all deserve it because God said so. And it's like, lady, these beings are eating people, you idiot. She's like, no, it's what we deserve. It's cosmic justice. And that's what people are saying about the phenomena. Oh, we do it too. Oh, you don't know how. Like, that's what she did religiously. You are the religious nut in a scary movie. And that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all better look at the phenomena objectively, and like let's see have a balanced perspective, but let's also have an accurate perspective about what's not good for us, like us, whatever the things that I mentioned before, all the bad things. Like if a UFO comes out and laser beams somebody, we don't say, well, we just don't understand why it laser beams somebody. Like we got to give it a chance to, tell us why it laser beams somebody. No, it laser beams somebody. Like, that's not great because that person is now a charred brisket.
It's gone now, but did you see his face?
Wow. Yeah, that's my again. I think that if there is this battle between these non-human intelligences, one of them is probably not going to be one of them has got to be against us, right? I mean, they're not both up there like, listen.
Millions and millions of galaxies out there, and all of them are benevolent.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, Stephen Greer.
Oh my, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're all good. There's no bad. That's religion, man. This is not a religion, and I don't believe so. I don't believe that it's. I mean, it is a
Even
religion, but like,
let's even throw it into religion. Let's use religion. Okay, millions and millions of galaxies out there, and all of them are angels? No.
Yeah.
Sorry to say that. One of them's got to be the demons.
Or it's something akin to it. That's kind of that's really my perspective. My Sasquatch, you need to either, if you're not gonna be on the stream and you're gonna try to debate me, bro, you better do it in the stream. But we got 15 minutes, so I gotta be out of here because I have a debate, not a debate, a round table tonight. It's gonna be low stress. That's why I did a full 4 hours today. I think I'm gonna keep the 4 hours. By the way, eventually, like I said before, guys and gals and demigods and non-binaries. Eventually, I would like to increase the hours on the stream, so that I can provide a lot of different things aside from just I want to provide a lot more here, a lot more, every single day, because I can do more. I just can't justify that time. I keep saying this, and I'm gonna keep saying it. But I will. I'm gonna do I did the full 4 hours today because I'm gonna be on a panel, and there's other people talking, so it's not gonna just be my commentary. I can handle another 3 hours of commentary.
But you did it with Louis again.
What about my boy Lou?
I said, who are you doing it with, Louis again?
No, it's gonna be with. I thought you were talking about Elizondo. No, it's gonna be on Space Out Radio, and it's gonna have a bunch of different panelists besides myself, including my co-host.
No, I was talking about Louis. Is it Louis?
Louis Borges. Yeah, Science
yeah.
Louis. He goes by Science Louis now. Science Louis.
Yeah.
Because he's doing
Louis.
a rebranding for something cool in the future, which I can't talk about.
Okay. So was it normal? Is it after hours stuff or?
Yeah, after. It's all Dave Scott. It's Dave Scott stuff.
Oh right.
Yeah.
So you're like a guest in the round table.
Yep.
You're not like hosting it.
Yeah, I always say yes.
Oh, well.
I always say yes to those round tables. I always say yes to those. Yes.
Well,
I mean, it's gonna be
listen,
interesting.
all them other people in that round table, just say to them, how did you start? And I
Oh
bet
my
you
gosh.
one of them will go, I was invited to do a documentary.
Wow. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. We'll
I'll
see.
tell you how it started. Go and do it. Do it for me.
Definitely.
Do it
We'll
for
see.
us.
Some opportunities are definitely not to be wasted.
That's
Do it
for
for
sure.
Negan.
Do it for do it for Negan. Yo. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. She goes in a labor. I'll never hear the end of that one.
Yeah, but that can be forgiven. I mean, I'm not
know.
going to sit here and say I know and I've had the same experience because I haven't. And I only wish the best for you, brother.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. We'll
Same.
see. We'll see what happens. We will see, everybody.
And just to be clear, my thoughts on the whole phenomena is definitely not all benign. I just don't want that to be out there that like I think that they're good or something.
Well, I think that the pushback is. I think I welcome the pushback. The whole point is to have an open and diverse dialogue, a dynamic dialogue, where you guys aren't saying, "Yeah, Mark, you're right, Marquise, you're right." We can't have that, and I don't want that. And if we did, it wouldn't be very fruitful. So, I personally, I get you guys are like, yeah, I agree with you on a lot of things, but these are the caveats. If we didn't have that, it wouldn't be as interesting of a conversation. You know, like it just wouldn't.
You wouldn't
not
have conservative
technically a
talk radio.
It wouldn't be a panel if everybody agreed on the same thing.
Exactly, 100%.
I put down a trap.
I'm just saying,
Gotta have
outrage
some sort of
sells.
disagreement.
A satisfying hunt.
Oh, frick! I just captured the wrong monster. Anyway, that was a waste of time.
Well, I'm clapping alien chief. So.
Oh, you're at Destiny right now?
Yep.
Oh, speaking of video games, can I tell you? I told you the other day I was getting Gran Turismo
Yeah.
for the PSVR 2. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What's up? Talk to
The
me,
experience of PSVR 2, Gran Turismo 7.
man. It's good.
Wow. It was awesome, and I can't get enough of it. It is so freaking good in VR. It's absolutely amazing. Racing, like you're literally in the car. You have so many different cars, and the racing is just amazing.
So you're so okay. I don't. You have PSVR. I want to play that Horizon in VR. That would be so. Yo, that would be like the thing right there. That would be the thing right there. because Horizon is one of the most beautiful. Like one day I'll get a capture card I mean, if they ever make Horizon for, I have Horizon Forbidden Dawn, I think it's called, the first one. The second one's Horizon Forbidden West, I believe. And it's freaking, I mean, it is just a gorgeous game. They both are. They didn't make it for PC though because PlayStation is money hungry and wants to keep everything to themselves. But anyway,
Do you have a capture card?
I do not have a capture card now. If I did, it would be PS4. It would be PS4 graphics versus PC graphics, so it wouldn't be the best.
Well,
but
well, what I'm about to say is send me a message on Discord. I got one. I'll give it to you.
no way. All right, we'll talk. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. I appreciate the offer. We'll see what's up. Yeah, because honestly, they're on.
I don't need it. I don't have an Xbox anymore.
Well, I have both, and it would help. Let me just say this real quick, guys. I want to at some point in our time add to this this thing I'm doing here gameplay where we look at the RPGs where we look at stories. I want to do a whole Walking Dead, Telltale's Walking Dead stream where from morning to night we just go through the first season of The Walking Dead on the game. It's really good, by the way. On top of what I do here, I don't want to do it in replacing of this, but on top of that, it would be so cool to have those moments. It's like having a movie. It's like watching a movie sometimes. I want to do the Detroit Becoming Human, which I have for PC, by the way, where we play the Detroit Becoming Human, and you guys help me make decisions about what directions I go in and what I choose for the protagonists. Guys, these are really good stories that talk about philosophical ideas in humanity that we explore here. Or watching, playing Deus Ex or Cyberpunk maybe one day, an explicit version of this where we play Cyberpunk and look at the storytelling of that, because I am going to be a Starfield streamer on live here doing this, but having a full stream where we do a whole day, where I do a whole day where I just play play The Last of Us, and you guys see what it's like to play The Last of Us and why people love that.
Fun game.
That would be so fun to do. I think you guys would really like that. I guarantee you would benefit from it. I guarantee it. These are really good stories.
Days Gone is also fun too.
What is it? Oh, Days Gone. I have that too for PC. It would be really good, really fun to have those as an extras.
Dude, I love that. I love that game.
So do I.
I think you should play Destroy All Humans.
I have to get it, but yeah, that would be. I mean, Alien games like Gray, right? Gray would be a fun game. A Plague's Tale would be a fun game. These are like movies that are video games where you play them, but you're literally watching. Like, you guys aren't just watching me play games like I'm playing right now. You're watching me make choices in a movie. It's really good. Some of these
Destroy All Humans would actually make you appreciate the Gray's point of view. I
wow, they're insane, bro. Do you remember that game? I mean, it's fun. It's fun, but yeah.
I haven't played it since 2005.
I want to play Gray. Or what's that movie that just came out? There's a movie that came out recently. There was a movie. Oh man, what is it called? A game. A game where you're in Returnal. The Returnal.
I love Returnal. So good.
You played it?
Returnal? Yeah.
There's an original Xbox game that you might like. I think it's Black Site Area 51 or something like that.
I don't know. I never heard of it. Yeah.
It's an indie game, but it was an original Xbox, not Xbox 360 or Xbox One. It was an original Xbox.
Yeah. So what we're talking about, everybody, is video games that are essentially like movies. They're really long movies, and they could last anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. And it's really interesting. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta. Oh crap! I forgot to do something. I am such an irresponsible douche. Hold on.
Well, Gary, how about them aliens?
I was just going to say, before we all go, everyone please tell me what you thought of Ahsoka. I loved it.
Oh, man, I loved it.
I'm
I
a
watched
Star
it
Wars
last night.
fan, so I liked it.
I watched it last night. Good stuff.
I do like the fact that they sit there and they included the Mandalorians into Jedi's.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, I know it all sort of led on from the Clone Wars. I've never seen the Clone Wars. So the fact that I can still appreciate it, understand it, I thought it was good.
Oh, speaking of which, Star Wars, I have that video game as well. The Star Wars game.
The new one?
Oh my, no, not the new one. I could get it, but there would have to be an incentive for that. As in, I'd have to like you guys would have to tell me you want to see that kind of thing. The older one, the one that's like again, it's like what is it? Let me go on my Steam list and see. Hold on.
Knights of the Old Republic.
No, not that old. My gosh.
I have both
Survivor,
of those.
right? Or
Not-
Fallen.
Fallen. I think Fallen.
Fallen something. Fallen Order?
Let me actually. I'm just gonna go to my
Yeah, with Cal
library.
Kestis. Yeah, I played that. I've got.
I'll go to my library and see. Star Wars. I have so many games.
The
I have the
sequel.
Death Stranding, which is really cool. That's a really good game. You guys would like that one. It's a story. I don't think you'd like Forspoken. It's really cool to play, but it's not a great story. They've screwed it up. I'm looking for it right now. Star Wars. Oh, you know what? Another one would be really good. The one with Quantum Break. Look that up.
I've heard of that one.
It's really good. It's like a movie. It's another movie. Star Wars. I'm looking for the name exactly. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
It's a massive storyline. It's a massive storyline. It's got great storytelling. It's actually got really good acting. I think you guys would really like it to watch this story instead of having even. And again, this is in addition to our conversations, having like a couple hours a day where I stream that game and you guys can see the progression of the storyline.
The only part of that game that I didn't like is like, and I'm not, maybe it's me, but the parrying system was a little hard for me to get into in that game.
I'm good at melee. I'm good. Like I don't know if you notice, on Monster Hunter, I'm a freaking beast in Monster Hunter. I'm really good at this game, but I'm not good at like first-person shooters, and they're like so bad. So somebody told me that I need to give up. Like they're just like, you're not that guy. Who told me that? I think it was Alien Universe. He's like, dude, you're not that guy. You need to have Whiplash play games. I was like, dang.
You tried Elden Ring? Have you played that?
I haven't, but I would like to just because of the hype. I want to know what it's about.
Oh, you would be lost in that game. It's
Well,
amazing.
I mean, this is the purpose of getting Starfield. We Starfield, which by the way, the unicorn is the whole reason why I got that game, is going to be a massive project for us to do on the stream because it explores. It's like Star Wars, I guess you can say, or like Mass Effect mixed with Elden Ring, or I should say Oblivion, not Elden Ring. Oblivion, Mass Effect and Oblivion. That's what they're comparing it to.
And the space explorations.
Oh man, 1,000 planets, 100 of which have life and civilization, the rest of which are you can just explore them, like go to different moons. By the way, on top of the
Wait for the
planets there are
mods.
moons and the mods. It has mod support from the jump. Are you kidding me? You're telling me that they're gonna? How many people are gonna build planets that are just like I don't know whatever? I can only imagine. It's gonna be so.
Oh my god! I just thought of
Alien
something.
Fleet Chapping.
Do you guys know the reason why all of the planets and the moons of the solar systems are named after gods or deities? Like, has that ever like
I've
crossed your
wondered.
mind?
I've wondered. Yes,
Uh-huh.
I've wondered. I wonder why there are corporations that have monoliths of ancient Egyptian gods on them with messages from their texts. Why do they have that? Why did Tom DeLonge tweet out a picture of? I don't remember what corporation it was, but they had these two gods, and one of them said past and one of them said future or something like that. It was like he was saying, I wonder who's running these corporations. I mean, he hints to the idea that there are gods that are on this earth, ancient Egyptian gods that are taking part in the direction of our civilization. So does Peter Levenda. My perspective has been shaped by ideologies like that. Heavily so. I'm of the persuasion that the ancient gods are still here, that they're part of corporations on this planet.
Do you think they're like immortals that
I think that they're
in human form?
I think they're akin to immortal, where their physical form is recreated and whatever their consciousness is just reimplanted into a new form. Or something to that effect. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm speculating when it comes to that, but they're still here because something is encouraging politicians and musicians and people and people to sell their souls, for example, for these gods. It is a known. We can get into the Illuminati if you want to, but why the heck are there so many different references to demons and selling their souls in music in the entertainment industry, imagery which suggests that they're trying to promote that ideology in cartoons? Why? Why do they put that in music videos where there are ancient gods that these actresses and singers dress up as, and then they portray the ancient gods having power over man by selling their soul, doing rituals? What is the purpose of? Why is there a concern that? Why does the DoD think that there's a satanic involvement in this? Because there are literal occults in the government, and we're talking at the OGs of the government. There's documents that talk about people that programs, these legacy programs, where they summon these beings through satanic rituals. Why? Because there's something. I think that there's an influence of a non-human intelligence on this planet, with our politicians and with our corporations and our musicians in the entertainment industry. I think it is a direct consequence of interactions with a non-human intelligence. And there's a lot of data to support that theory.
Looks useful.
So
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting stuff.
it's interesting. I don't have a lot. I don't have anything concrete.
The only thing that if they
Why
are
not talk about
ancient
it?
Egyptian gods, etc. The only thing that I don't like about it being mentioned in the context of satanic rituals is because they're their own religions, and Christianity's point of view of looking at them is through.
Well, I mean, they're not claiming to pray to Jesus in some of these things. They're claiming to
those specific gods, right?
You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I mention it. It honestly doesn't matter about the differences in their ideology versus any other. What matters is what they're doing is the ideology that I say that I'm concerned about, right? The religions that I'm concerned about are them. So, yeah, there could be other ones. I don't care about them. I care about the ones that are being perpetuated by these people, by these clandestine groups of people in the government and so forth. You know?
Right. I could my thing is if it's going to be a different entity that shows up and shows you different things if you're a cult of Aphrodite versus if you're a cult of Anubis or something underground god.
Well,
what I mean?
there are singers who do you ever hear singers talk about selling their souls to the devil?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
it's at the Crossroads, as a matter of fact, right?
It's really
a
weird,
lot
man.
of old blues singers and things
Bob
like that.
Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan said he made a deal with who?
Yeah. People have mentioned that. Sure. Deal with the devil.
No, he mentioned it. He didn't say the devil. He said, oh, he was asked. I showed you that, guys. He was asked, by a reporter, why do you do this? He said, well, it all goes back to the destiny thing, And he said, the destiny thing. He's like, yeah, I made a bargain. He said, can I ask with who? And Bob Dylan says, well, with the chief commander. And he said, the chief commander of this world and one we can't see. Why the heck would he say, what is it? You could tell he was and it was a really weird moment that's been clipped forever for everybody to see. That's not accidental, man. That's not an accident. That's not a slip. He's talking about making a deal with some intelligence that's not of this world. And that's kind of the kind of things that concern me is these people are influencing culture, man. They're directing culture. They're changing the consciousness of the public. They are affecting people's hearts, minds, and literally their soul. Why? And if the government is afraid of this kind of thing, if they're concerned about the phenomena doing the same thing with the government, for example, if you read slide 9, that's what they mentioned about the ability of an intelligence to influence decision makers on this planet. What is that? I mean, does anybody have half a brain? This is a real concern. This is a real concern. It's not made up.
Keep going. We gotta wrap it up.
Oh crap! It's 4 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta go. It's been a pleasure, y'all. I fought my last fight. I cannot keep this going. I gotta get going. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate y'all on Zoom.
Yeah, GG's all.
GG, y'all. GG. Keep it 100, fam.
Latest.
Peace.
Bye.
All right, guys. We had a lot of fun. I thought that was freaking awesome. I always do. I love these things. I appreciate everybody in the chat, throwing that love and talking about, engaging in the conversation, pushing back on all of my crazy ideas. Thank you for doing that as well. And thank you for enriching the conversation. I will be back here tomorrow, Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. It's Saturday. The weekends I'm here for 2 hours. Weekdays for 4. Keep that in mind. Tonight, I've got a roundtable on Spaced Out Radio at midnight Eastern Time. I got a lot going on today, y'all. It's going to be fun. So join me if you'd like to. I don't know what it's going to be about yet, to be honest with you. Maybe I just didn't look, but I don't know what it's going to be about. We'll see. I'm ready for whatever. In the meantime, I appreciate y'all, and I had a freaking blast. I literally love these conversations, man. I love these conversations, so it's great. And with that, I'm about to go eat something. I'm hungry. Rangi06, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the follow. Rangi06, I appreciate you. I appreciate you rating my channel very much, Rangi. Let me actually see if I can. Can I raid Rangi? How do I raid Rangi? I don't know. I'm gonna go see what. I'm gonna go check out Rangi on Rangi's channel. See if I could raid Rangi too, because you know that Rangi helped me out. You know what I'm saying? Why would I not give the same courtesy to Rangi? You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. I'm looking for Rangi. Rangi06. Let's check it out. I don't see you. Let me go to your channel. Let's check it out. We're gonna see if I can find Rangi. Rangi06, you know what I'm saying? Rangi06, what up? Rangi06. Rangi06 isn't live right now, but if you guys want to, Rangi06 is a gamer, a Monster Hunter gamer, by the way. Freaking awesome, a fellow Monster Hunter gamer. So, check him out if you want to see some Monster Hunter gameplay. I hope I don't suck, Rangi06. I put a lot of work into this. Thanks for the follow. Alright, y'all. Rangi06 is. I thought there was going to be a UFO stuff. You never know. You never know who you're going to come across. See, the gaming does bring in people sometimes. It's important. It's important, y'all. Alright, I'm done rambling. I love you guys, and gals, and demigods, and non-binaries. I'll catch you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Same place, different time. And with that, much love. Dr. is out. Peace.
Thank you.